Guys, intro time.
Wait, which intro?
The wisdom check.
Oh, good.
Wait, no. I thought we were keeping the old intro. What's wrong with the old one? People like that one.
It was too long.
Yeah.
Too many fucking gifs.
Yeah.
Yeah. But can we keep the part where I yell
More?
No. But it's the intro to end all intros.
I got like what? 2 lines last time?
Do you want more lines, Tim?
Well, no, not really.
In a world without answers.
Yeah.
Wait, you want to start with that?
Here we go. Exactly like last time.
Wait, okay, so we're doing the exact same way? Let's start with Smoky Bar.
No. It's a new season. We have to have a new intro.
More.
Not sure why we thought this would go any differently.
Oh, well. Welcome, everyone, to the Wisdom Check, where Jeff and Dustin welcome a guest every week to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. Welcome.
This is ridiculous. I'm starting the stream now.
Wait, where's my die at? Well, we can't start until I botch, and it's not an intro unless I'm botching.
You're on.
All right. Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the Wisdom Check. And this is me, as always, Jeff on this side. On the far side, we got Dustin. And in the middle, you may be noticing, not a guest. These things happen, apparently.
True.
But good news is, you still got us. So thankfully, Dustin's here with me. I always appreciate hanging out with Dustin. And we're going to have stuff to talk about all the same. So hopefully you guys are enjoying yourself out there. And we're going to get some interesting topics here soon. But why don't you go ahead and say hello as well there, Dustin?
Hey everybody, it's Dustin. I'm here. Unfortunately, D. Daryl Wagner was not able to meet up with us tonight, so we're going to reschedule. We'll have her back on the show in a future date, so stay tuned. But tonight we're going to talk a little bit about some world building and campaign planning, and we got a lot of that going on right now behind the scenes here at TT2KB, so I thought it'd be a good time for us to just talk about the various ways that me, you, and maybe even some other DMs amongst our group, how we're approaching some of our world building.
Yeah, just a lot of panic is what we got going on here because it's coming down pretty soon. I know you've been working on it for a while with your game there, and we've had one session already, and so there's been a lot going on there. And you've got the lovely fact that you're building off of something you've already kind of built on, which is a lot of groundwork had already been laid, which is fantastic.
Yeah. It's one of the things I did for mine, I'll get things kind of kicked off a little, is I am running Horror in Huttenberg. It is the second campaign in this same campaign world, but I did something different with this Zweihander game that I don't normally do, and we're going to talk a little bit about the two different styles of world building and campaign planning. But what's interesting is that I normally do what you're doing with Pathfinder. I usually start with a larger conflict and then work my way down to the small, minute details of my player characters. Mm-hmm. And with Terra and Treefell, I did kind of the opposite.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I started with just a village and a town, like a city nearby, and just focused on that tiny little area. So, I didn't have to build a whole world. I just built this tiny little region, and that's all I did. And that's not usually me. So...
yeah, we're doing some kind of weird inversions right now, which is going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, because that is a big important aspect of world building is, where your scope starts. Because it does change the feel of your campaign. It changes the focus a bit. And actually, I think once we get rolling, you will see that what I'm doing is, I think, more in the same style as what you're doing right now. But... the initial setup has to be the other way. So we'll see how it
your
plays
initial
out.
info. Now, you haven't revealed a lot of info to the viewers. I don't think most of your stuff, like I said, is we're talking a little inside baseball tonight.
Yeah, we'll reveal a little bit here, I guess, tonight.
We're revealing a little bit about things that we got coming up here on our shows soon. But you revealed a very large conflict that's going to be taking place in your Pathfinder game. And so it feels like you're shooting for a bigger, more epic style story. And that may not be true, but that kind of seems where things are headed.
Yeah, I'm wanting to leave room for multiple play styles. So what Dustin's kind of getting to is that I dropped a little bit of backstory on them, and what we're going to be dealing with is a world in which basically there are multiple empires at play, and these are going to be like multi-ethnic groups. There isn't just a elven kingdom, human kingdom, dwarven kingdom kind of stuff. It's more general kind of cosmopolitan kind of stuff. And within that, in recent history, there's going to have been a war with a predominantly hobgoblin empire. That if they have had a religion, the religion was about warfare being the forge that kind of creates a new society and innovation and all that kind of stuff. And what I'm having happen is that a treaty was drawn up at the end of a big war with the hobgoblins and the nearby kind of empire, in which basically the hobgoblins essentially won, but it exceeded their capacity to govern. And so they had to say, okay, fine, truce. And in the signing of this truce, there's going to have been like a 25-year magically imposed peace. And so the hobgoblins have been wanting to go to war, because it's kind of their sacred right, but have been unable to. And so there's been this awkward kind of Cold War kind of environment. And in this,
let's talk some decisions here.
Let's do it.
Why hobgoblins? You got a bunch. You're playing in a fantasy realm. Now you're playing Pathfinder 2. It's fantasy, but for the most part, with the core rule book and everything else, they've handed you a lot of the what you think of as your canon mainstream, D&D centric, ancestries or races to deal with.
Right.
And you're flipping through the book, you're trying to find something, and boom, you land on hobgoblin. Why hobgoblins?
Well, there's a few reasons. One of them is that hobgoblins are goblinoids. If you don't know what they are, I've got some pictures pulled up here. So here's what they looked like in 4th edition. Get that going. They looked pretty weird in 4th edition. This is not the style I'm going with. They then later went to something a little more like this. So you got this kind of cool armor on here. And one of the reasons I'm going with it is Pathfinder has kind of adopted goblins as their go-to de facto creature. That is like the thing that is Pathfinder. It's like their mascot. And hobgoblins are a version of goblin. They are in the goblinoid household. And the more I kind of started reading about their style and their personas, the more interesting they got. Like, because I always kind of viewed them as simply just like orcs. Like they're just big, tough, monstrous humanoids that fought people. And the more I read into them, the more I realized they are really about rigid hierarchy, tyranny, discipline, and military cohesion. So like very regimented. Their whole society is militaristic. Every member of the society is, got a rank of some type. So it's really interesting to me. What's that? Jeff could say peanut butter pretzel people, and it would still sound.
I'm just
rich
making that clear. That's not me. I don't. Somebody's ghostwriting on TT. I'm gonna guess it's Clint, but somebody's ghostwriting in there tonight. So I'm just acknowledging that I have switched accounts. So it's not me. But
fair enough. But I think it's really interesting when you have these kind of rigid systems, because a lot of times in societies that are really rigid, that have very codified systems, there's a lot of ground for corruption. And I think the hobgoblins are going to allow me to play into politics a little bit more than, say, something like an orc that's just chaos and madness, right? And they're familiar enough that it isn't something super weird. And I can also kind of spin it a little bit in that not all hobgoblins are going to be the bad guys, right? Some of them are going to just be dudes going through their life like the rest of you. But some of the interesting things are within their society had to do with the fact that they believe in meritocracy. So it doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter who your ancestry was, it doesn't even matter if you're a hobgoblin or not. They just think the person who is the most potent should be in charge. And so
might makes right.
It is a might makes right world, which also opens it up to some interesting ramifications within a mixed society. So I think that's going to be kind of cool to play around with. And I don't know, with the world being what it is, conflicts with governments and law enforcement and whatever else you want to talk about, I thought it was kind of an interesting thing to kind of look at tyranny, the safety of tyranny, as well as the ramifications of losing freedoms and that kind of stuff, and having that as kind of a backdrop to play in. So Hobgoblins it was.
So Hobgoblin it is.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's a lot in there.
With Hobgoblin, one of the things that kind of pops out to me anytime I start talking a little bit about Hobgoblins is that it's sometimes it's hard to separate them out from the goblins themselves, and you have goblins as a potential player character race.
Sure.
So how are goblin characters going to fit in with this Hobgoblin society? Are they part of it? Are they separate?
Yeah. So within the goblinoids, there are multiple different goblin type creatures. So you have the goblins, you have hobgoblins, you got bugbears. I'm trying to remember what the last one is. But they all have kind of a different niche. They kind of feel out a different way. So hobgoblins are your law, order, discipline, and that kind of thing. Whereas Pathfinder goblins are more of the just chaotic, childlike kind of energy. So they have this almost like gremlins from the Gremlin movie kind of vibe to them. So they're into fire. They don't realize that they could die. Like, that's one of the features. Goblins don't know they can die until the second they realize that they can die, and then they're terrified. So they're like fearless until they're terrified. So it's a real like switch. They like flip, from one style to the other. And at least in Pathfinder, they've kind of envisioned them as more curious, mischievous, not necessarily garden variety evil goblin going on a raid to steal your stuff. And so, it's going to be a thing that's going to work. There will be the typical, go fight the goblin guys out there, but there's also going to be goblins living within the society. There's going to be goblins that don't live within this society that are okay in other societies as well. So I'm going to treat them more akin to how halflings or dwarves or elves are treated. They have their unique heritages. There are things that they bring to the table that are different than other people, but they've been part of society now for a while.
Now, you used the word earlier, and you referred to things being cosmopolitan.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something I've always been a big believer in, and almost all of my worlds are still that way. Like, I have long since abandoned the idea of, like, these are the elven lands, these are the dwarven lands, these are the whatever. Like, most of my campaign worlds, I always blend all those people in together to create more of a singular society. From that's kind of melting pot, that direction. So is that you're kind of looking to head that way, but it's going to have some pretty heavy hobgoblin tone in there because of this conflict.
Yeah.
So what's the importance of that to you, to have that cosmopolitan feel?
Well, I think it's important not to have a clear good guy, bad guy dynamic. I think it's really important to have a richness and a complexity to each of the races or ancestries or whatever you want to call them in this case. I think it's vital to allow characters to be characters. And I think this cosmopolitan thing brings that to the fore. And I think some of the themes that are going to come out with the Hobgoblin Empire are going to be reminiscent of Rome. So it's going to be this conquering force that has absorbed a lot of cultures within itself. And it's basically, hey, do the work or we're going to boot you out, kind of thing.
Well, I was going to say, because Rome was not necessarily known for its assimilation of cultures.
Well, yes and no. It depends on what you mean by that word. So, they did definitely...
It was really good at obliterating cultures and just taking its people.
Well, yes and no. They also absorbed religions. They took the gods of the Greeks and turned them into Roman gods. They take in the different peoples and tribes and whatnot of the world. Hey, VTAC, thank you very much for that.
VTAC.
Appreciate that. Yeah, great stuff. Yeah. We also had a question earlier from Airlaser I'm going to address here real quick before I finish, since we got kind of stopped here. She wanted to know, are you guys still running audience interaction with the Pathfinder 2 campaign? And yes and no. So yes, we're going to be doing something with hero points still. I'm going to be modifying them a little bit. And I want there to be other ways for you guys to interact. What I'm thinking of doing is, instead of the wild magic effects we had last time, which were pretty freaking wacky, is I'm going to have off week Wednesdays be campaign prep. And I'm thinking about letting you guys inject certain things. So I'll have I'm looking to do one of these 3 things. And then if you guys spend the points, you can decide which of those 3 things it happens to be. Or you can flavor it a certain way. And so you'll have NPCs and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely learned my lesson from you guys bombarding me with wild magic effects that just derailed the game completely.
Well, but mostly it comes down to the fact that none of the current player character concepts lend to that the way that Levi's character did Dig Bungle in the first iteration of this campaign, if you will. So, you know, he had a character built around that concept, and currently, as fun and zany as it was, it doesn't fit the tone of what you're going for with this new campaign. So a few of us are making new characters, and we've slowly been revealing a little bit about what they are. And so it's really hard to throw that level of chaos back in.
I mean, there's potential for it, but we're going to be a little bit more cautious with how we deal with it. Because I think in the other game, like you said, it was kind of more slapsticky, kind of fun. And so it
was a good time.
It didn't matter, right? So it was just like goofing around, having a good time. But in this time, I do want to kind of get into more serious topics. I want to hope, I do hope that some of the players are willing to do some exploration with their characters, and see if we can get into some pretty meaty, interesting scenes. We'll see.
I think I'm setting mine up to do some interesting stuff. Not that he's gonna self-explore, but because he's so alien and foreign, he's not going to understand concepts, so he will inquire about why things work the way they do.
Yeah, why don't you tell people what you're thinking for your character?
Well, I posted some information in our Discord, so if you're in our Discord, you've already got a little bit of a heads up. But my character is going to be an astral traveler who just simply refers to himself as Vagabond. And Vagabond the Traveler, and it just travels from material plane to material plane, and living in the astral realm does not see time pass in the same way that everyone else does. So, you know, its ability to see the future and the past in the wrong order, out of order, you know, he considers itself to travel to places intentionally at the time that he needs to be there, sort of deal, and then finds the people that it needs to find, and I'm gonna be a kind of a giant buff bot. So it's not something that that directly engages in things. Self-exploration sounds R-rated. Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? But I think it'll be it becomes kind of a pushing everyone else towards their destiny sort of deal, more so than trying to find its own path towards some ultimate goal. Yeah,
and in that you were talking about being a fortune teller, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not in the like casting bones and like reading omens sort of deal, but more of he believes he's seen the future, so he inquires and tells them what lies ahead.
It looks like we must have forgot to turn on the wisdom check question as an option here tonight.
We always forget to do that. That's my bad.
Yeah. So Air Laser's asking, looks like me specifically, do you draw your world building after the initial ideas from the characters your players have made, or do you find you create your world and you hope they blend in with it, or a bit of both? Well, that is a good question. A lot of times I like or prefer to have some sense of what players are wanting to do. Because, players create characters with some intentionality behind it, right? It's something people want to explore. There's something in it that's fun for them. There's a style, a personality, something in there that player wants to do. And I want to make sure that the game experience allows that. So where possible, if I'm getting a lot of concepts from guys and they're saying that they're all kind of pushing in a similar direction or have something that can gel together, I will bend my story to fit that. In this case, I had a loose concept in mind of what I wanted to do. I had a style in mind of what I wanted to do. And when the guys started telling me what they wanted to do, I said, here's what I'm looking to do. And some of them decided to change characters as a result. They didn't have to, but because they did...
We pretty much realized it was for the best, though.
It is. I agree. But it wasn't necessarily the only way it could have gone. If the players were thinking, I want to have more slapsticky fun like we were having, that's what I would have ran. And, at the end of the day, you got to make sure you're building something that everyone's going to enjoy. Now, that means also that as a storyteller or DM, you have to also make sure that you're going to enjoy yourself. So I wouldn't run it if I wasn't going to have fun doing it. But in this case, I was okay with running this sort of thing.
I mean, basically, it's really hard to have a serious political theme when one of the main talking NPC guys is talking like this all the time and wanting to punch things in the face. It's really hard to do. So
there have been a lot more builds.
It had to go. Like, we love clashes, but it had to go. So, it's difficult because, and the follow-up question there for me, I'll get to in just a second, Laser. I was actually going to answer that already, but you're on top of things tonight, Mod.
Yeah, we need to bounce that ping pong ball back the other direction.
Yeah. But I think, it is hard when you have characters, if you have too many characters that are that way, it takes a lot of the gravity out of scenes. So, like, I think, like, me and Levi realized very quickly that, like, we were not, our characters were not going to be able to carry the weight of serious, like, politics and intrigue, things of that nature. Like, you weren't going to get that from Dick Bumble and Clashes. Like,
yeah, probably not.
And it'll be interesting to see how we get any of that from Jasper Smoothhands or Spicy Mike as well.
Is there a question of what I'm wearing from Leviathan? Okay.
But to answer Air Laser's question, and this is something I noticed about Zweihander in general when I was writing Terra and Treefell. It's interesting because when you are playing with a system that randomly generates characters, the first thing I knew I had to do was I couldn't randomly generate characters on Monday and start the campaign on Tuesday.
Truth.
So luckily, because of my work schedule and our stream schedule, my game is every other week. So when Terra and Treefell came around and I started writing what I was going to do for Terra and Treefell, it wasn't that I didn't know who my characters were. The hard part about Zweihander when you're writing that system is that you don't even know what party composition is going to look like. I can write a dungeon for D&D right now or for Pathfinder based on knowing the mechanics and knowing that the party composition is going to have to basically have 4 or 5 niches involved. Zweihander breaks all of those preconceived notions of what a party might be. So in the way that party comp doesn't matter, Levi is somewhat correct, because you can compensate for things. When you're writing an adventure out ahead of time, you sometimes
certain expectations,
keep some of those expectations in mind. What's interesting with Zweihander is that it can be very wildly different when there's 120 professions. It's very wildly different what you're dealing with. So what you find with Zweihander campaigns, and this is true with both of the campaigns in the back of the revised core rulebook, and also what's in the back of Mangaush, those 2 stories, is they typically lean a little more towards some stories that involve the NPCs. You're not escort questing necessarily, but the premise of the story itself, kind of like Curse of Strahd in a way, you're talking about a story that revolves heavily around 2 or 3 individuals, and then how do these characters get involved, interact with it, and how do you put the focus back on those characters once they get going? So that's the hard part with Zweihander is you get started with these NPCs, and then you kind of have to leave. You have to leave it sitting out there and see how they interact with it and where you take it from there.
Yeah, because that is an interesting consideration. Because while there could be some disagreement on whether the mechanics of the game or the cohesion of a team in terms of like what their abilities are, whether that's important or not, I think it is important that personalities work together, or motivations at least can have the possibility of aligning, as opposed to 100% misalignment. If the party in question is looking to be a team. Yeah. So I think that's where it gets tricky with these, like, whether it's Wyhander's approach of random characters, or if it's a module's expectation of who knows who's going to sit down at the table. I think you're right. I think you do have to start with the NPCs, what they're doing, why they're interesting, and then the characters become interesting in retrospect.
I mean, that's what we had a little problem with Fall of Plaguestone.
Yeah.
It very much, this is how modules in general are written. And I know sometimes we're very heavy anti-module, but if you don't have your player characters written out first, what you end up with is an NPC that everything hinges upon. And we saw this even in Levi's Everstorm game. It was very much in the beginning about helping Captain Burlcord.
Sure.
It was kind of his initial missions at the beginning, and we were kind of all grouped together under him to kind of get things going initially. All the way through the stuff that went down at Shepherd's Point was still mostly kind of about his story and his family. And then our stories kind of get more interjected into it as we go.
Right.
But, we see that with Fall of Plaguestone with Blort. You get this dwarf Blort, you're there with him, you're in his and then, something terrible happens to Blort, and you're supposed to care. And so, I think that's just in general how modules are typically written. So when you're doing like campaign planning, if you're running modules, like, you have to really focus on that NPC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that he's still called Blort with an L, even though there's no L in his name.
Oh, really? Is it just Blort?
Yeah, I tried to say that multiple times to you guys, but you guys always went over with that, so I just assumed you were doing it on purpose.
He will always be Blort to me, and he seemed like a Blort.
Yeah, so. Mall cop. Yeah. So we got a couple questions up here we should make sure we address here. So Airlaser had one for both of us. Do you prefer to have some campaign concepts written prior to your players starting character creation, or does it matter? Could they reuse an old character that's already been fleshed out, or is a new character beneficial to a new campaign?
Well, I'll start. I prefer one or the other. I either want all brand new characters or all previous character concepts coming back. Like, I'm usually not a fan of like half new, half old. Like, this is a little different with us starting a couple of new characters and joining Spicy Mike and Jasper Smooth Hands. Like, it's going to change the dynamic, but like that one doesn't bother me. But if I was just starting a new campaign completely, like, I would probably want either all new characters or even if they're from different parties, like, or different campaigns. That way everybody's coming in kind of on the same level, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it depends. I typically would prefer new characters, I think. In this case, I said ahead of time that people could play the character if they wanted to again, just because I assume people picked a character that they wanted to see grow. I would prefer not to have characters that have already been played in a campaign. Like, if you've gone through an arc with a character, I kind of prefer to let that arc stand and just say, okay, that's that character's story. Let's get some new characters. In our case with this particular transfer, I don't think there were any arcs with those characters. And so we're about to learn what those arcs could be. And so I think it's a little less problematic. I guess some of it too is in how you as a group want to do introductions. Do you want characters who know one another? Do you want people to do we just bumped into each other at the bar, let's figure it out? Some kind of mix of the two. And that kind of has a big impact on whether you prefer to have all or none, I think, return from a group.
Well, and some of it is a matter of how long of a campaign are you running?
Yeah.
Like,
true.
my Zweihander campaign, I don't tell long, drawn-out, like, epic tales. Like, I will probably never do, like, 100-episode, like, Everstorm-style campaign. My campaigns are typically more short story format. Raining Bullets was that way. It was 10 episodes. I knew going in it was only 10, 11 episodes, and I tell my players that up front, like it's 10 to 12 episodes probably on a regular basis. Like those are the I write the same way that I like my Netflix shows. 10 to 12 episodes. The long story format, the 22, 26 episode like made for TV format doesn't work for me as well as the shorter format. So I don't want to spend a whole game session just introducing characters to each other and having them spend the first 2 hours out of 10 game sessions just feeling each other out. Like,
yeah, I think we were talking about 1/10 of a series. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, though, because you used to run long campaigns. When we were getting our feet wet, they were year-long, year and a half, 2 years sometimes.
Well, it was the expectation. That's all we knew. And our focus was far less on... Our focus was way far less on the player character motivations and more on DM story, overarching story world.
That's true.
So because of that, if you had really cool creative ideas as a DM, you were able to just kind of throw them out there at the party, and they were kind of more challenge based. Like, there wasn't a lot of politics. It was dealing with this, dealing with that. A lot of Monster of the Week kind of stuff. A lot of Monster of the Week kind of stuff. So we were able to do that for longer periods of time and sustain them that way.
Sure.
I don't feel like those stories had as much punch to them as what our newer stories do.
Well, I'd like to think that we're doing better things as we play
I would
the
like
game.
to too. I mean, you never know. Like,
hey, Gangrez, welcome.
Hey, Gangrez.
Yeah, man, we're getting a lot of discussion in the chat here.
We are. We get a lot of talk today.
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of roll through here. So I stopped it above here where VTAC was saying modules are great building blocks. I think they can be. Depends on what your group's about. And in our group, I think we are very sensitive to rails and the perception of a box. If we sense it at all, our group will rebel. And I think just the way modules are done, and maybe because we don't have a lot of experience running modules, we don't have a good hand of hiding and masquerading it as something less raily. It just doesn't work for us.
Well, you read the modules, a lot of them are NPC centric.
True.
And that's one of the interesting things and I talk about this adventure path all the time, was Zweihander is Bitter Harvest. Because it starts out making you think that's what this is going to be. You meet Maximilian Steiger, he's a big deal, you're at his wedding, things are going good, you learn about the guy and you think, oh, this is the Maximilian Steiger story. And then you realize very quickly that it's not. There's other stories, and then characters get put in a bad spot and they have to make hard decisions. And that's when you realize that the story is really about the characters, because they're making the decision that determines the outcome.
Okay.
Everything else is all just set up. So that's the hardest thing to do when campaign playing, is figuring out how to make that switch from introduction. My NPCs are kind of the focal point. There's their personality. They're getting you into the conflict. And then how do you drop that conflict back onto the players and say, make a decision?
Yeah, especially when you start talking about pacing.
Yeah.
Because, I think a lot of times as a person running the game, you want to have some control over the pacing. And giving players maximal agency means you have to give that up. And that could go bad sometimes. It's interesting, with your Zweihander game, we started up. The game one is just literally, okay, let's go. We're a team. We're doing our thing. Let's figure it out.
Right.
Roll.
half the team was there, so you're half a team.
Yeah, that's true. But, just get out there. How do you guys work together? I don't know. Just figure it out. And, so I think at that point, there were definitely NPCs that you're seeding out there. Some strong personalities, of course. But the majority of that was us as a group figuring out how to handle a situation that was put in front of us. So I think in this case, I think you're doing more of our style player focus thing, even as your first game. I was kind of surprised that there was less NPC. There was a little bit at the end, I guess, with the...
Yeah, you're getting to it at the end. And through the couple of NPCs that I put together that I've introduced thus far, you're going to this second game session once we get the girls broke out of jail. You know, and this first meeting happens, that you're going to see a bit more heavy influence by the 3 to 4 major NPCs and some of their I'm not gonna say subservient, but they are the minor NPCs that work with these major NPCs.
Right.
And so anyone who's well versed in Zweihander, anyone who owns Main Gauche and has read it, if you watch episode 1 of Horror in Huttenberg, if you're paying attention, you'll be like, oh damn, I see exactly what Dustin's doing here. And I'm surprised Chuck hasn't picked up on it yet, or maybe he's just playing real coy. But by the time this is done, anyone who's read Main Gauche will see exactly where this is going. So I'm hoping that members of the Zweihander community who come in and they start seeing this story take place will pick up on a few important last names and stuff that are being used, and they'll be like, oh, I see what we're doing here. And then it's more fanfare for the Zweihander folks than what you guys, as players who've never picked the books up before,
I was going to say, I was like, well, okay, sure. I mean, there's something happening there, obviously, but...
It's the equivalent of, like, walking through a D&D campaign and hearing somebody drop the name Volo.
Right, yeah.
And you're like, oh, that's a big deal, where most people have no clue who Volo is. So.
Yeah, the rest of us are like...
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I definitely want to keep digging into how you're structuring that here in a second, but we got so many things.
We got a lot of chatter going on tonight, so we definitely want to make sure we honor those wisdom check questions.
Yeah, I'm just kind of going through just like block by block because we got these big segments of conversation.
While you're looking, I'll go ahead and keep talking a little about how I'm doing my structure. So with Terra and Treefell, it was a much more linear game. It was a much more linear story. You have this incident happen in Huttenberg, you're immediately shipped to Treefell, and then it's like a murder mystery exploration game. And I had certain events set up, and it was more just how long was it going to take the party to kind of figure out what the town is really about and what happened, and then what are they going to do about it at the end to resolve the conflict. And again, it was that same trick of this starts out about some NPCs and an event that happens to you, and the party gets thrown together with what Shoshi called one of the best hooks she's seen in a game in a long time, where I literally just splattered them all with a disease and threw them into quarantine together.
Yeah, that helps.
Prophecy. But yeah, they didn't have a choice, right? So it's definitely a situation where, I threw them out there and then they had to just unravel a mystery. So that's a very different style of game, but it has a definite kind of these are the characters involved in it, and like pushes them towards this conclusion. And then, like I said, my goal for Terra and Treefell was to just keep upping the stakes to see what I could push them to do more and more as the campaign went along. And that was the goal, to see how hard I had to push them to make a really bad decision. And I figured that out. Horror in Huttenberg, there's 2 or 3 conflicts going on in the city, and there's a lot of urgency based around a lot of them. And which NPCs you guys decide to back is sort of going to determine how the story plays out. And when I write this as a module for the Zweihander community, I'm going to have to write it that way, where if the party gravitates to this NPC, here's the line of events that should take place. If they gravitate to this NPC, here's the line of events that can take place. So like I have the loose idea of where all 4 lead to and what the conflicts at the end can look like based on your guys' decisions. But at no point in time can I just be like, you guys leave Huttenberg and just run away, and like, I have to have forces out there that are going to keep you here. Like, so there's that fine line of how much agency, if you had to think of Huttenberg like a module, because that's how I'm writing it. So I can't let you walk outside Barovia, if you
sure
think of it in that sort of terms.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting problem, because in both of our campaigns right now, we're looking at more urban settings, and I don't think it has to always be in the urban setting, but I think the idea of coming back to a location frequently is going to be important. So, like, I think in our case, like, we went outside your town and did our little mission. I mean, really close to the town still. But at the end of the day, we needed to come back. You know, we needed to come back to town because that's where we live. That's where we do our business. That's where everything happens. And I think it's important that, at least in this sort of thing, that's what we're doing. Atomic Killer, we are talking about campaign prep. And Dustin and I are both starting.
World building.
Yeah, so we're starting some new games. And Dustin's already started. I will be starting this week. And we're talking about the sorts of approaches we take, what are some considerations that go into it, and what are some of the complications that come up with it. And we're just kind of going back and forth a little bit on specific choices we're making with our current ideas. And if you got them, let's hit them up. I mean, there's some interesting stuff going on in the chat there, too. There's a lot of talk going on about session zeros and figuring out what the party dynamics are going to look like, at least initially. Figuring out what ties people together. I think it's possible to do it without those session zeros. I personally am a fan of the session zero. I think that it makes for a more cohesive story and gets people onboarded quickly. But I think our group prefers the jump feet first into the fire and see what happens.
I think a session zero is far, far more important when you're dealing with strangers.
100% there. Yeah.
I think the more your group is not a dedicated game group in any facet of that, whether it's you're picking up one new player or whether you're missing two of your new players and you got some other people subbing in, or if you're just picking up 5 random players for an online or a game at your game store, like the session zero becomes far, far more important. If you're the same 6 people who've been playing with each other since high school for the most part, like we are, like we know what each other's gonna do to a degree. Like
yes and no.
There's a lot less. There's a lot less feeling each other out. I think what we mostly need to know is what is our DM or storyteller going to want, so that we can make sure our characters are at least semi-appropriate for it.
Now, Clint's saying something interesting here. I'm going to ask him a question on. He's saying he would do 5 games of character intros because he likes them so much. Are you talking about the characters meeting one another game sessions? Are you talking about origin story sessions where we just, focus in on what the character is about? Like, what is it you're talking about there? And Death Angel's Shadow is saying that they've never done a session zero. I think like you're saying, I think it's essential with new groups to figure out where the boundaries are going to be. What things are taboo, off topic, to make sure that you're, as a table, going to gel as players, that you're not going to have conflicts of personalities that are insurmountable. Obviously, you won't be able to figure all that out from session zero, but you can figure out some of the big ones. And our group, obviously, we've been playing together since, you said, high school or earlier in some cases, and we know generally what people will or won't tolerate, what makes people uncomfortable, that kind of stuff. Like, we're not going to have any sex scenes in our games. It's just not going to happen.
It fades to black, if anything.
Yeah. So, like, there's stuff like that we know just because we know our players. That said, I think that there is something, even though I know typically Clint is going to play a damage dealing character who is oftentimes, gruff and silent, strong and silent type. He doesn't always do that. And he may want to branch out and do something different. And I think that a session zero helps, at least for me as a player. I find that if I get a session zero going and I learn something about what another person's wanting to do, I like the idea of going, can I tweak something in my character that doesn't ruin the idea that I had, but will make sure that other idea works? I want to do that. And that's why I like a session zeros. I can make little adjustments before it destroys a game.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. Like, I don't feel like most characters at session zero are so fleshed out enough that they're not malleable already. Like, I mean, I guess it's, in theory, you could have it, but like, I'd had to be sitting on a concept for a very long time to have it so hammered down that at session zero, I'm like, oh man, that's going to ruin a campaign if I don't tweak it. Like, I don't know if I can say that I've ever come in with that hard line of a concept that I've had to worry about that part. I think more likely what I see is like I come into a game thinking that a game's going to be one thing, so I make a character that I think is going to fit in that game world, and then the game turns out to not be what I kind of thought it was going to be, and I'm kind of left modifying my character's personality as we go. You know, and that could happen with your Pathfinder game. Like I got this kind of concept in my head, and I kind of got some, if you want to say like, you know, pop culture references that I'm kind of working off of to build kind of who I think he is. And I could completely get into your game in 4 sessions in, be like, okay, what I thought I was going to do isn't going to quite work for this. I got to like remodify my outlook and the way that he rolls a little bit. So, you know, I mean, that could easily happen. So, and I think that's how a lot of characters come into campaigns. I
think they do. I think a lot of players have a pretty vague sack of character traits that they've kind of cobbled together, and just like when they're trying to figure out their voice, their personality a little bit, their you know, their issues. You may have a backstory, but you don't have a person yet until after you've lived in their skin for a while. And I think there's some people in our group that are more of that than others. Like I think some people really have to spend, you know, 4 or 5 game sessions to figure out what they're wanting out of their character. And I think there are other character players who have very strong feelings of what they're doing with their character that I think it benefits them to be able to have a session 0. Let's see.
Yeah, you know, Bowron's a special snowflake. I mean, he really, really is. He is intentionally an a-hole.
Yeah.
So, you know, if that's just the part of kind of who Bowron is. Like, so, you know, I tone it down a little at times, and other times I crank it up based on just kind of where I feel the drama is at the moment. But don't ever think for 5 seconds that it's not mostly intentional.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I don't want to like tip my hand too much of what I'm doing for game 1. But there are certain structures to stories I think allow for this exploration, and I'm hoping to use one. I guess I should just say it. I'm going to be using a bottle episode as session 1.
Explain a bottle episode, what to the people what you mean, and maybe to me, because I want to make sure I know what you mean.
Yeah, so a bottle episode, a lot of times in TV shows or something, is a scene that is completely self-contained within its own world. So something has occurred, whether it's like a blizzard has snowed everybody in, you know, house in the woods, maybe there's like, you know, some evil force out there, you can't leave the house, or like a zombie movies, you know, there's zombies out there, so you can't get out of the house, you're stuck in a room with strangers, you have to figure it out. And so there is drama, there's stuff that's happening, but you're stuck here with these people, how do you deal with it? And it forces, I think, a lot of character interaction and a lot of... it's a season 6 move. Yeah, I'm not doing clip shows, no. Yeah, Leviathan hates bottles. Okay.
He was so excited for you to tip your hand, and then you said that, and you just crushed his dreams all in one fell swoop there. That was...
Yeah, well, whatever. But it'll be... I think it's going to be a good way of doing a thing. Like, I have some big moving things that are going to occur to set kind of tone and dump us into it. Yeah, we're not doing montages, Leviathan. That's not what we're doing.
We don't have enough montages to do this.
But no, I'm going to be setting up a pretty significant experience initially, and then the fallout of it and how you guys get together, I think, is what I'm wanting to get out of this. And so it's going to kind of be a game 0, kind of not a game 0. And we'll see how far you get out of this particular circumstance. Even Rocky had a montage. Yeah.
I think for us, and this has just been a habit because of how long ago, you know, we had to go to online gaming and how rarely we get together. Like, I think our lack of quote unquote game zeros is because those game zeros were happening digitally. They weren't really true game session zeros. There's a lot of digital backstory back and forth. Like, it's all happening behind the scenes, so that when we get together, the rare times we were able to when we played in person, we weren't spending a lot of time on, well, what are you going to do for your character? We were sitting down, we were playing games, and we were getting to the story. So I think our session zeros for our group has been a lot of back and forth with Levi, emails, sometimes phone calls between each other. Like, it wasn't a true session. It was just a lot of back and forth work as players.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot here to talk about. I'm going to get to Air Laser's question here in a second. I think chat's been great tonight. Keep it coming. But Clint's saying that what he's calling game zeros are all about characters learning each other and getting the opportunity to do so without the story getting in the way. And I think that's a really challenging thing as a storyteller or a DM, is getting that balance right. Because I think there's a lot of pressure when you're the person in charge to feel like you have to entertain, and I have to be putting something out there. And in the first game session, it's really tricky because you can't just go in and say, like I did in one campaign, which was a terrible decision, hey guys, so what do you want to do? Right out the gate. Right? Yeah. That did not work. No, you have to give people a chance to have things occur to react to initially. And Leviathan saying exposition. Yeah, I'm not going to dump a ton of that on you guys, hopefully. I want to actually just have things occur, and that can be a little necessary, I guess. I'm trying to introduce what's going to be happening in the story. Instead of in a block of text, I'm going to just have events unfold and see how you guys react to it. I've kind of teased you some of what's going to be occurring, big picture, but they're going to be starting in this first game session. So Air Laser was asking us, how do we plan to prep our character voices? How do you plan to remember them? Any ideas so far? Yeah, fucking hard.
I'll tell you this much. My plan for my NPCs, and now my player characters are easy. I don't always do a voice unless I feel like it adds to the character in some way. Like Bauer doesn't have much of a voice. Like I alter mine slightly, but not much. But like, Clashius had a definite voice. There was a particular voice I was going for with Clashius, and I landed pretty close. But with my NPCs, a lot of times I don't do, and and this is not a knock on Levi at all because he does great, but like I've gotten away from the concept of entire ancestries all talking the same. If us as the human race can have as many varied voices as we have, your deep sexy tones there, Jeff, and other people have high pitched voices, and we're all human, and we can have this wide range of voices, everything from Mike Tyson to whatever. I kind of feel like this is a thing that should be true of all ancestries that appear in fantasy worlds. So unless they are real xenophobic, and unless they all are extremely like stuck in their own little niche world, I don't apply the same accent to everything, so I don't have to keep them quite so straight because I don't have an entire species to worry about. I have one dwarf that you're dealing with, two elves that you're dealing with, and they have very different voices. So what I'll look at is I'll figure out kind of personality-wise who they think they are, and then I'll go find an actor or somebody who I think's voice is perfect for them.
Emulate it. Or
and then
try
I
to.
will botch it up horribly and never tell you who I'm actually trying to make
That's
it
the
sound
secret.
like. So that you can't tell me I'm wrong when I speak like it.
Yeah.
That's why, if you can figure out who my voices are based on, then you're doing pretty good. So
somebody nailed mine earlier for your game. I was trying to do a Sean Connery, and it came across sort of right, but it was something different. I was like, it's different. That works. We're going to go with whatever that is. Well, I'll probably not be able to stick it next time, but it's interesting. I think you're right though. And at least in old school D&D, a lot of the races or ancestries, or however you want to call them nowadays, they were written as xenophobic. They were written kind of with that medieval, each nation is its own unique universe. This is their culture. This is how they are. And that's it, period. And I guess if you get that, you do have some very specific things. Like, if we went down to the bayou, people are going to talk a certain way.
Sure, right.
You would expect that most people will have unique voices within it, but they will be within a spectrum of that culture.
Yeah,
And-
like you could I could have applied a Boston accent to all of Hutton.
Right? Yeah.
Like I could have, right? I mean, we call it a Boston accent. It is most certainly an accent that comes from that region. I could apply that to just everyone in the town, the dwarves, the elves, like everybody. But then you have to differentiate voices as a GM so that you're talking to the dwarf and not the elf. You then have to apply sub-dialects between the accent. Like, not everyone can speak it exactly the same, or you can't tell who you're talking to. So I get the idea of where people kind of go all over the place with their accents. Like, this one's Russian, this one's Scottish, this one's African, this one's Jamaican. Like, I get why people do it. I try not to get too heavy into a voice unless I feel like it's specific for the character, for that one particular NPC.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think Levi is going to be hard to live up to in the voice department. He just does such a phenomenal job of it, and I think while I will often forget character names, just because that's just who I am, I will remember things about them as soon as I hear the voice. It's like the second I hear that voice, I know all of the notes that I forgot to write down. It just fills in. Now, Levi, I disagree with you constantly. I'm not kissing your butts. I'm just saying I think that this is a particular strength you have. That I don't have to work hard to know who the characters are or what they're about. I can hear it. I can feel their personality in their voices.
And what I was just saying is and what Levi does really well is he can do 2 or 3 different like Scottish dwarves. So you can tell which one he's doing without him having to tell you who it is. Like that's the level I don't have. Like I can't. If I do my Scottish voice, there's a Scottish voice, that's all you're getting. So like I can't, apply it to everyone in the town. I can't vary him up enough. But he does a good job with that part.
Yeah, I've already caught myself in the Fall of Plaguestone. I caught myself mixing up voices. There were a couple characters I just forgot. I was like, "Whoa, shit!"
But the secret to my success is rarity. Very few characters have all the cell swords. I only rarely ever do one, so the few that I am going to do, I got to try to stick them so that, and then it's usually just the main NPCs who get them. Like I don't delve out too much beyond that.
Yeah, some of my problem is in that one, I thought about taking notes, but I did it after game instead of before, and then when I came back to it, I hadn't practiced it, and so when I tried to do what I thought I wrote down, it didn't ring a bell to me. And then I couldn't get that other voice to happen. So it was just like one of those, like, in the moment, there was some weird piece of phlegm in my throat or something, so this voice happened to work. And I need to be a lot better about that if I'm going to be using voices, and I hope I do.
If you watched episode 1 of Horton Huttenberg, I mean, my dwarf, I had a specific voice, and I was doing a real good job with it until I actually had to do it on stream, and then I just didn't do it near as well as I was doing
pretty
it
good
in practice. But it was still there. But like, what you learn is when you're doing a voice that's real specific is like the people who say those who actually use the voice, you don't hear them say a whole lot of different things. So
yeah, that's
you gotta really do your research to hear them talking about a lot of different ways or in a lot of different kind of facets. So that you can really, like, I had to listen to a lot of Mike Tyson before I was able to really do Classius's voice, like, all the time. Like, I had to listen to a ridiculous amount of Mike Tyson.
So Air Laser asks us a question for both of us here. What is your favorite character voice to do as a player or DM in your entire career? What is your favorite character voice of other party players? What is your favorite Levi voice? Oh, shit.
Man, that's a tough one. Favorite character voice I've done?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, most of my characters don't really have a voice. So, I mean, Classius was a lot of fun to do.
Yeah.
Just the Mike Tyson voice was a lot of fun. So, probably Classius, I guess. I know, real recent, but it's true.
Yeah, that was a good one. I always go back to Oleg from Larp.
Oleg was good.
That was the one I put the most work into. Like, I researched the shit out of his voice. I watched a lot of like how to sound like this particular region of Russia, like what's the weirdness of the inflections here and there, and I just had fun practicing it. And then the more I did it, the more just random shit came out, and the character really evolved based on the voice for me.
Yeah. Most of the time, voice is kind of an afterthought for me. Like, Clashes is one of the rare times where I kind of put the voice first. So I guess that's probably why that one sticks out the most to me. So.
Yeah. Let's see, what was the rest of this? The rest of this question is going to be challenging here. What was our
favorite Levi voice?
There was some other question in there before that just jumped around on me.
Everyone's gonna. Clint is.
I hate this character voice. I can already tell what it's gonna be.
Clint is gonna unsub and log out, but I love the Baron.
I fucking hate the Baron.
I love the Baron. It was so good. It was so creepy and so like, it was so out there and like alien and weird. And yet at the same time, like before you ever met the Baron, you immediately knew who he was just from the voice. And so I always loved the Baron. But
I'm on Team Clint on that one.
But I love the Baron. So
I think you and Levi are the only two that actually like the Baron's voice. Got it. So the Baron's voice was essentially what was the character's name from Ghostbusters 2 that gets taken over by
Vigo the
Carpathian. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I guess it is.
That is him, that guy talking gibberish. That's who it was. Not Vigo, but the dude who
wasn't Vigo. It was the guy who gets taken over by Vigo.
Yeah.
That's of
Matt Gorley's impression
of H.R. Geiger. That's what it was.
Okay.
So that's from Levi himself. I get it. Now that you say that, I get it.
It's in there. I mean, it was well executed. I just didn't like it.
Yeah, I couldn't even do an impression of it for you, Death Angel Shadow. I'm sorry, but the great thing about it, Levi's Baron voice, it wasn't even just the voice; it was just a complete madness that came out of his mouth about everything, and just the way the voice, like language construction of the Baron and everything. It was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Like. Everyone hated it, but me, it was so good.
Essentially, it is like all the flesh sacks of the monstrous baby people.
Yeah, because he wasn't even saying things that made sense. It was
you can make sense out of it, but I don't know. For me,
I did not like it for all of the shells and the gatherings of the stuffs.
I really like the slags. the new Everstorm characters with the masks.
Those little short... the ones from... okay.
They kind of have sort of like an African kind of tonality to them.
Yeah.
I think that one's really cool. I like that one a lot. I think that was a new type of voice for Levi. It really stood out to me, and for whatever reason, that culture was really fascinating. And it was supposed to be Indian. Okay, yeah, I could see Indian too. So like the whole, like everything about it was intriguing to me immediately. Like, I don't know why, but that entire group of people, just from the way they spoke, the way they dressed, their culture was just everywhere. And I thought that was really fascinating.
I'll be honest with you. Like the slag hit okay for me. I think I was just glad that it wasn't Wavin at that point. We've been dealing with the Wavin for so long.
Yeah.
Like anything else at that point was going to be welcomed. But it laid it okay for me. But I wasn't quite that taken with it. But it was okay.
Oh yeah. Character voices around the table from another player. I agree with Airlaser. Wrighton.
Wrighton was so good.
Wrighton could be hands down my favorite.
It's so funny because I never thought of Clint as being like a voice person, but the more he does them, like on video game nights and stuff, Clint does good voices. I didn't know that about him before we started streaming. Who knew? But I never took Clint as a voice person. But he does a great job.
Yeah, that one was. I think that might be one of my favorites. Airlaser wants to know if we have considered using voice mod in your campaigns. How do you feel about it as a DM or player? How do you translate it in real life sessions? I've tinkered around with it a little bit. My problem with it is, in order to really do a good job using it, I need to be able to hear it. If I hear it, then there's an echo.
Right.
And I can't really do that while I'm streaming.
I think what I would have to do is, if I was going to use a voice mod, I'd have to do like a play test with it, tone it to where I want it, keep the settings there, and then just use it for that character whenever. Like, I probably wouldn't use I don't know if you can set up multiple settings on it or whatever, but like
Okay.
I wouldn't want to have to redial it in every session. Like
You can make custom ones, but they also have preset ones you can just take, and you can manipulate those as well. Like there's some that are really good. Some of them I think get a little too distorted. But the problem I have with them is most of them have certain words that get hard to understand, just by the way it's kind of distorting your voice. And I find my players are constantly asking me, "Wait, what did you say?" as opposed to enjoying the scene.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me too much. Like I can hear Kodo when Clint uses his. Like I can hear Kodo. Like I hear everything he says.
Oh yeah,
like,
his is fine. Yeah,
I don't. His comes through pretty clear. I don't mind a voice mod if you're shooting for a voice that you just simply cannot do. If you're hitting a depth and a growl that you cannot just make happen, there is no shame, in my opinion, in going to one. I personally try to do as much with just my natural voice as I can. I don't use a voice mod for any of my characters. So if at any point in time when I'm DMing or anything else you think I'm using one, it's not. That's just my voice. Like, that's just what I do with it, so.
Yeah, I do like the ghost characters you were talking about, and the NPC buttons. Yeah, those are great. So like in her game, Rick is using the voice mod for certain characters, and one of them was I guess like a banshee, and it has that weird double voice kind of thing going on.
Yeah,
which obviously you can't do. Like it's impossible.
Yeah,
so
you can't do that without it.
Yeah, and it sounds fucking creepy, and it's amazing. But again, it's one of those where if you get too whispery, things slur together and get lost in like the weirdness.
I think it depends on how much the voice is important when you're figuring out how much that character is going to talk.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a little short things, it's not so bad. You know, get into a lot, it can be a lot. So
yeah, and Buttons is great. Buttons is like a construct character. It's like a little stag beetle thing, and it has a voice. It's basically like a little robot kind of synthesized voice, and it's hilarious. I that character is great. I like that NPC a lot. So yeah, I don't know. I'm toying around with possibly using it, but again, the logistics of both being the person streaming and needing to hear what I'm doing without it monitor feedbacking is a real problem. And I find it's hard to use those voice modulators effectively without being able to hear it. So a lot of practice, maybe that'll help. We'll see.
Yeah, I think some of my other issue is how it comes through like Discord to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have to make sure that everything is coming through, I guess, clearly. Mm-hmm. That you're not. It's I could see there being, depending on how the voices are, like some voices are harder to comprehend than others. So I guess as long as it's coming through clear, I don't mind them. But
So let's kind of roll back into where we were.
Yeah.
You recorded entire scenes talking as Kodo? Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, like I said, that's what I would have to do too. I would have to play it and hear it back a lot, and then decide if that's what I liked or not, and then set it and be done. That's the only way I think I could do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we were originally talking about campaign preparation, world building. Right. So we talked a little bit about how you set up your first game with Terran Treefell. What were the main things that were important to you in setting the tone and style of that game? Because it had a very distinct feel.
The first thing I knew... Okay, so for those of you who have not watched Terran Treefell, you can find all the episodes on YouTube. At this point, I'm going to talk about it like you've watched the stupid thing, because I'm not avoiding spoilers on a game that's now a year old. I wanted to tell a ghost story. Zweihander, because of the system, has a specific peril system that works well for terror and works well for horror-based games that you don't get with D&D or Pathfinder necessarily. So I thought this is a good opportunity for me to tell a story where I can tell this kind of horror story. And so what I knew is that there was no good reason to have 4 random characters just showing up into this little village where this horror story was going to take place. So I knew I was going to start them off in a bigger city and have them go there. So I thought, well, I have to do something that's going to get them immediately all to go, where they don't have to convince each other, they don't know each other yet, and the characters are random. So I don't, I was like, okay, so they're all going to be just in a shopping area in this market, and this event's going to take place. They're all going to get contaminated, possibly have this disease, and they're going to get exiled from this town and sent down the road to go find out where it came from. And that is the hook. That is all there is to the hook. Boom, down the road they go. And then the rest of the story was sort of like I said, it's a murder mystery that is loosely based on A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right. Yep.
So you have this character who's this grave digger, and he was not a good guy. But the one thing I knew I couldn't do with like Freddy Krueger is that there's no redeeming qualities to Freddy Krueger at all.
Yep.
It becomes very easy to just hate Freddy and just kill Freddy, and that's the end of it. And I wanted a antagonist that had more layers to him. But I wanted him to have that same fate of where like the town literally got together and just killed this man. And now he haunts the area and like what's going on, and he's taking his revenge on the descendants of the people who killed him. So that very much comes straight from Nightmare on Elm Street. But I knew what I needed to do was I needed a backstory behind him that was more sympathetic. So I worked on what that was going to mean when they learn about this whole ordeal and what happened. Then that puts the emphasis now back on the player characters of, well, okay, this guy's not quite so bad. Like, he's bad, but like he's not as unredeemable. So then they have to kind of decide what they want to do with him. So that was where I was going for. And then I decided to tie him to a little girl, which again, going back to Nightmare on Elm Street, it's always the little girl, right? That's in those movies that you always see, right? So I wanted to pull that back out and tie it to this little girl, and then decide whether or not the party could decide to sacrifice her to get rid of the ghost or not. And see what I'd have to do to get them to sacrifice an innocent 9-10-year-old girl whenever I made it.
Always got to go dark.
Gotta go dark at the end, but that was kind of where I was going with it. So
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I do think that grayness of a story helps. It makes it more real, I guess, and it does give more punch to those scenes. And obviously, that's coming back from our days running Vampire, I think. Where we got
very much so.
Heavy dose of running those sorts of scenes and dealing with the ramifications of player choice and sending it home.
Right.
But yeah, there's also that whole aesthetic that kind of came along with the game. Like, it has a very, I don't know, like almost like Nightmare Before Christmas kind of vibe to it. Tim Burton-esque kind of pseudo whimsical, pseudo just dark.
A lot of that probably was a combination of a couple of things. One, my inability to do real art, especially digitally. So a lot of what I did was either highly modified art that I found that I modded to the point you don't recognize it, or also just sticking with the black and white tones, because the while they're technically sepia, all the Zweihander art is black and white in the books. But it is not on white paper. It's on the, I guess, sepia is what you call it, right? With the kind of
the brownish colors. Yeah.
I couldn't really replicate the sepia, but I wanted the art to somewhat feel as though it belonged in the Zweihander world. So a lot of what I picked up and what I went with was to go with sort of this black and white sort of feel that, in my opinion, not only just kind of popped when you'd see it on screen, but also stayed in tune with this, with what we had for what Zweihander gave us in the books. So I kind of wanted to stick to that, but also push for something that popped when you saw it.
Yeah, it kind of gives me the same feelings I get when I'm looking at Sin City. You know, that it's so just black and white, and then there's an accent red somewhere. And
right.
It's an interesting take, considering both of those are grim, dark, gritty, gray land areas. So like the black and white contradicts the grayness of the morality, but it's neat that it does that. There's like a juxtaposition there. It's really nice.
Yeah, I guess that's far more philosophical than I was when I was putting it together.
Sure. But these are the things that happen to me when I look at stuff, though.
Well,
like
I hadn't considered. I hadn't considered when I started out with it.
Hey,
Lollygaggers are here with a rate of 6. Thank you, Lollygaggers, for stopping in. We're talking a little bit about some campaign planning, and I'm talking a little bit about Terran Treefell at the moment, actually. My previous Whiteheader campaign, and a little bit about Horror and Huttenberg. So Chuck's in that group somewhere, and I'm going to guess he is. He might get some spoilers.
Yeah, we're also talking about my upcoming Pathfinder 2e game that'll be starting on Wednesday. So as we're talking a little bit about how we plan our campaigns in our game worlds, that's what we're actually kind of doing here tonight. So welcome to the show and to the conversation, guys. So what I was saying with Terran Treefell is when I put together the first piece of artwork for it, I didn't realize how much that artwork in a stream game might influence the viewer's mindset. I think it influences the players too, if they're watching.
Well, maybe. I don't know how much the players are looking at it.
When I was playing, I was looking at it, and I felt differently about the gameplay. And maybe that's just me that's, takes those sorts of things into consideration in a level that other people don't. But I felt like I was in a different style of world because of that overlay.
Yeah, that could be. The current overlay for Horde and Huttenberg has a lot of gears, has a lot of moving parts. Yep. Everything looks very mechanical, and that is a very deliberate decision. Obviously, I put a lot of time and effort into it. And there's definitely story elements in the Horde and Huttenberg that's going to involve that sort of stuff down the line. So again, without getting into spoilers, like those are obvious aesthetics that I've applied visually to a stream game. What's interesting and what I'm going to tackle with Terran Treefell is I have a second group that's now running it off stream. They're not getting all the visual cues. They're not getting all of that stuff. So I'm going to run this a second time with an entirely new group with entirely new characters, and they're not going to get all that visuals. So it'll be interesting to see if the tone of it stays the same or not.
Well, I think some of it obviously is
GM ability.
Yeah, I think the GM style, I think their delivery of things can impact things. The pacing, the NPCs interactions, that stuff has a big play on it. I think it may depend on what types of people you have sitting at your table. But I don't know. It's an interesting experiment to have. We have a question from Air Laser. She wants to know if I answered this already. I don't think I did. Do you think Pathfinder 2 Homebrew will do a better job showcasing the new system compared to modules? Or do you think it was the choice of module? What went badly in the last campaign? What do you want to improve this time?
I didn't feel like it went badly.
No, I think what we learned is something we've learned in the past. There are certain types of mechanics that are being put out there in different games that just don't seem to jive well with our group. I think skill challenges are a challenge for our group to get into because they feel a little clumsy. They're a little heavy-handed, I think.
Does Pathfinder 2 have those?
Yep, the chase scene.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there were a few things where you were chasing that gave you selections of different skills you can employ. But it was basically like, you're doing this or this, roll these things. If you do, you go here. And I think what Clint's saying there is it stops momentum. We're used to doing, flow of narrative, I think. And I think what those skill challenges attempt to do is something we already do just as a group. And so it turns something into nakedly mechanical that we already do in a less obvious way. And it's a little weird. I think we could probably get good at doing it the way they're doing it, but I just don't feel like it works well for us. So that's one thing I would probably do differently.
I think it depends on the skills. I think there are some skill checks that make more sense. I don't recall exactly how Pathfinder 2 handles them, but if they're anything like a 4E, D&D 4E skill check, or the way that like death saves work, like those don't seem that out of line. Like with certain skills, like if you were trying to do like lock picking in mid combat or something, like they don't break up the monotony as much. You just have to track from round to round what progression looks like, or if you're making progress, you know, what you think of as extended challenges, I guess,
right?
More than just a quick check challenge. So like, I don't hate extended challenges. I like extended challenges in a lot of ways.
I do too. Yeah.
They don't bother me, but I guess I didn't get much of a sense of it in Pathfinder 2.
Yeah, I think some of it is with the module. I think some of it was just the fact that these are somebody else's encounters. These are somebody else's puzzles. These are somebody else's encounter designs, and it felt like somebody else's. And I think that's what it was. It's like, oh, I need to honor the fact that this person wrote it this way to an extent so that we can get from X to Y to Z. And it's not how I would have done things. I did modify a few things. They had some things I thought were kind of clever. But I know the guys. I know a lot more about what motivates them as players. And so I suspect I will put together a game they will enjoy more than the module was able to do, because it's going to be more catered to them.
Yeah. Now, with Zweihander, you know, for what I'm doing, it has more hardline systems for a lot of these kinds of things. It doesn't have a ongoing skill check system, but it does have like social intrigue. It does have chasing mechanics, and you guys did get to play a little with chasing mechanics. Well, one of your characters did, very briefly, but because he caught up to it so quickly. But one of the cool things about the way that Zweihander is built is that the systems are built to where you can flow from one to the next more seamlessly than you can with a lot of the way skill challenges work in a lot of their games. So I'll be interested to see as we move forward with it, how you feel about it after you get a chance to do more of that, because you haven't had social intrigue yet or some of these other things, but they're coming.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're all. There's been a lot of systems. Zweihander's got obviously a robust one. Exalted had a pretty robust one. I think the Vampire could potentially have one, depending on how you wanted to run it. I think just with our group, we tend to be a group of players who don't like those things to be there. You know, we like the effects, we like the drama, but we don't like the mechanics mucking things up in the middle, even though I feel like from a gamist standpoint, they're very valuable.
I feel like they are, because otherwise you're just dealing off the intellect and charisma of the players, and
right,
not the character sheet.
Yeah, and philosophically, I agree with that.
You have to put things through that funnel. So yeah, otherwise dump stats are pointless.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part, because I feel like philosophically I agree with that statement, but when I play at the table, I don't like it. Like, I could read the system and be like, oh, this is great, and then I watch it play and I'm like,
It's the LARP argument all over again.
It is. Right? It's
like,
100% the LARP argument.
My character may have been the worst example of it in the history of examples, but my Gangrel Landon had like 3 charisma stats total out of his like 20-some, stat points, and because I was smart and charismatic enough, everybody loved me. Like, it didn't matter. Like,
yeah. And
it didn't matter how much I tried to not be charismatic. People just loved me more for it because they just liked me. So it just that's just how it went. So like you could min max it and just gloss over role play through the details and you were fine. Like until the mechanic came into contact and you're like, oh man, it turns out Landon's really no good at this crap. Like
yeah, but it rarely came up. And I guess that depends, how you want to do things as a game master. If you do want to enforce lots of roles to make sure those things do have a value, then it does slow things down. And it in some ways, it weirdly kind of limits what creativity can happen around the table, which is one complaint I think you've had at Pathfinder in the past, is that, the mechanics get in the way of your creativity when there is a mechanic that says you need X or Y to do X or Y thing.
Right. If it's gated, it really reduces.
Yeah, and so that's going to be something I need to pay more attention to going into this one with Pathfinder 2 to see how they've done some of those things, because there are a few things that are gated that I need to make. I need to take more note of.
That was one of the things that was interesting about Pathfinder 2 was when things were gated. It was weird because it was like, well, you can only do this if you're trained in this skill at this level of training. Like, oh, so it's not even good enough that I have a decent score in this skill because of my attributes or whatever. But like now you're talking like if I'm not literally expert in this skill, I can't even do this thing. So like it was weird in that module because there were some things that like they wanted you to kind of be able to do, and you're just kind of lucky if you had the right people trained in it to do it.
I'm trying to think of what examples you had of that.
Lockpicking.
Well, you have to be
like,
trained, just trained, period, in thievery.
Yeah, but I mean that was like a choice. I happen to be playing a rogue.
Yeah.
Or nobody in the group happens to be trained.
Yeah.
So
Otherwise, you break it down,
and there was important plot points inside the box. So it was like if there's nobody happens to be trained, literally nobody can do it. Like,
yeah, you could break the box. You can come up with other ways to get into it. It's just that is the best way to do it. Would be to be somebody who happened to take the thing. It's just the same thing as like there are many ways to beat a combat encounter, but if you're the guy who's spec towards fighting really well, you're going to do really good. And so I don't really have a problem with that. I think. Certain skills are complex, right? Like, you shouldn't know what, an outsider is just because you're a player that knows what it is. It makes sense that you need to have a knowledge skill to back it up. Like you need to be trained in whatever it is to know what that is. And I think that makes sense. I think the lockpicking one makes sense. Some other things maybe not, but I also noticed that there's a lot of stuff like, say, athletics, for instance. You could do all those things whether you're trained or not. You're just better if you are trained. So like,
yeah,
they really haven't put a lot of limitations in, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean that it's again, it depends on how your module or your story is written, and as long as important things aren't too gated behind skill checks, then
that's a structural issue. Yeah,
it's a structural issue. And
yes,
there were some times in that Pathfinder module where I kind of felt like structurally things seemed a little gated on a few things, but like I said, a good GM is gonna find a way around that, even if that is the case in a module. But
that's what I'm looking forward to with this homebrew is. I'm going to be able to just play. Like, I have some ideas what I want to do. What are the players doing? How are they experiencing it? Where do we go? I can go anywhere. Whereas with the module, I had X, Y, Z. These are the fucking maps. Like, this is all I got to go with.
And now we can fumble around till we fell into the next map, but eventually we had to fall into the next map.
Yeah, and I will tell you this much: the not having maps for Roll20 is a problem for me right now. I like maps. I am not good at making them right now. And one strength that we always had with the just marker and freaking mat is that I could draw anything I wanted at any time, and I'm good to go. And
you can't do that with Roll20.
I don't know how that's going to go.
With my battle maps.
Yeah. See, I think Zweihander works a little better for that.
It does. It's totally built for that. Like, you can't do that with Pathfinder. It's impossible. And I've said that about Pathfinder 1. I think 2 is in the same boat. You can't do what I'm doing for Zweihander with it.
I think I got some ideas of how we can work around it where the tactics are still usable with or without a map. But I don't know. It is a limitation of the medium of Roll20 for me and my skill set. So I'm going to have to either learn how to get good with maps on a quick basis and have just a shitload just available, ready to go, or I'm going to have to try to do some weird theater of the mind thing and make it work.
There's a reason I mapped out every square inch of that Dungeon Crawl Classics module, because I knew we were going to have the maps. There's just no other way around it, right? So
facts.
Whereas Chuck did it completely without it, and more power to Chuck for managing, but he did it completely without it. So.
Yeah, enough description, you can pull it off sometimes. Yeah. Airlaser wanted to know, could D&D be played as a LARP? If so, would you guys ever play a session nowadays as such, or does that change the mechanics of the game? Is dressing up for D&D closer to LARPing?
Okay.
Wow.
I think that this is where LARP, kind of like tabletop RPGs in a broader spectrum, there's a lot of variations of what LARPing is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the vampire LARP that me and Jeff and Levi were a part of, you could have ran that with D&D. In my opinion, D&D is a little too heavy combat simulator. So what makes LARP work for Vampire in the World of Darkness is that they're so political in their nature.
Yeah,
and that's really what made LARP work. It's a high population level. Now, I've seen LARPs of like literally 6 people playing in someone's apartment. So be it. That's fine.
Yeah, it can work if you have exceptional people.
It's just not the same as 50 people populating 7 clans and 5 covenants and being in a room, in various rooms, and people just loitering in the hall having conversations in character and all that stuff. But it's all spiraling, not around DM plot like 90% of the time, but player-driven plots that are being done by players until they butt heads with each other to the point they have to find an ST to adjudicate over it. So it's so different. Vampire works so well for that, and I just don't know if you can pull that off with D&D. I think it becomes too much role models, combat, foam, sword, LARP.
Yeah, I mean, if you do it physically, then that's the thing. It could be a working model. But I think if you did it like we did with Vampire, it would just end up requiring a shitload of STs.
Yeah.
And it would be a lot of, all right, you 5 guys come in here and be your party. We're going to go into this dungeon in this room, and you're not going to experience the rest of the people until you go back over there.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really work.
Like I said, you could set up you could set it up with, a king, and you could have a court, and you could have a lot of those theatrics going on, but like, in my opinion, it ain't the same as what Vampire brings to the table.
Yeah, so VTech is asking, they're saying that they're having a hard time figuring out how to do large maps, battlefields. Do you have any experience in combining theater of the mind with physical battle maps? Now, when you're talking about physical battle maps, are you talking about literally physical in your space with your players on a table, or are you talking about Roll20's representations? Because I think I'm going to have completely different answers for those two things.
I don't. I'm going to have, I think, the same answer either way.
Okay.
VTech, this is my little nugget of advice for you today, VTech. Focus only on the player characters and the immediate models they're engaged with. Everything else narrate. Narrate it all. The rest of it doesn't matter.
Let's see. At a minimum, I roll 20 with on the table. Okay.
Two other NPCs over there fighting each other. You don't need to know how often they hit each other, or how much damage, or how many hit points they have. Narrate it out.
Sure. Yeah.
Keep the focus on the drama going on with the player characters.
Yeah, I agree. I think, though, I guess it depends on what you're trying to get out of your large maps, battlefields. If it is complexity of terrain, lots of options for people to look at the map and say, oh, there's a weird thing over there I want to interact with. That's a lot of planning on your map and just having it ready to go and just hoping people go with it. Now, if you're talking about specifically like do a narrative scene, theater of the mind, and then where something comes up that needs to be gridded out, come up with that. That's what I'm going to be trying to figure out, because I think I'm going to try to do as much theater of the mind with this, just because of my limitations of skill set for the Pathfinder, and have some set pieces available that I can quickly pull up that could show like distances and relations for where characters are standing and stuff that I think is hard to convey with theater of the mind. At least for me, as a player.
I think, like I said, I found a nice happy medium because of the way Zweihander works. It's very narrative already, so I've been able to create these generic battle maps that let me create a battle very quickly and navigate through a battle very quickly. And I think that they're easy enough to follow what's going on that the players don't get lost. They also have a lot of the rules on it, and since they're all new players, it's nice because I can throw a few rules on there so they can keep track of what's going on already. So they serve a couple different functions. If you watch my Horror and Huntenberg game, or if you go back and watch the episodes of Terra and Treefell, you can see those maps in use a lot. Now, at the end of Terra and Treefell, I did put actual battle maps together. Those were more specifically for battles that were very key to the story that I knew at some point or another they would have to encounter, but they're not large. They're very small, intimate maps. So,
yeah. So VTech, you're saying your party has found itself being part of a large or chaotic battlefield situation, but not influencing the whole field. You've narrated stuff away from them and played it by the book with what's near them. Yeah, that's exactly how I would do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you have story ramifications that you need to occur, hey, thanks for the follow there, Harmless. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks for the follow.
Yeah, I would say that's the right approach. If you have specific things that you need to occur with the scene, then stuff that players are not doing directly, you can just narrate, just say what's happening. Where you do not want to do that is where players have a chance to alter the outcome. And those outcomes should be accessible to the players. So anything that they can touch, I would run by the rules like you're doing. And I would say that's the right approach.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're narrating for the sake of not having to fudge a die roll.
Mm-hmm.
Like you need an NPC to come in to save a character from some death or something because you don't want to have to roll and lie about what you rolled. Then by all means narrate that out. Like I said, that's always been my answer to that is just narrate it. But like,
sure,
if you backed into a corner like that, then you narrate your way back out of it. But otherwise, yeah, like anything the players are dealing with, those enemies, the other allies, whatever, like those things should be run by rules. But something happening, where they look across and they see the hill next to them getting overswung by the enemies, like you don't have to roll out all that. You just narrate that part.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on your group. If you have a gaming group who wants the full crunch, like what exactly happens, then okay, run it that way. But I don't think many people are in that camp.
I would bastardize risk rules if I was going to do something like that. Very quick rolls to I wouldn't try to Warhammer 40k my way through a battle scene like that, or Warhammer Fantasy my way through. That's cool when you are working against another army and you're running that whole war simulation.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't run that as a D&D game, but what I would do is I would definitely do some more risk style rules, simple D6 rolls real quick.
Mm-hmm.
This is how many are gone, be done.
Yeah. So Harmless, we're talking about in general game prep. So we're talking about how to put together your game. Right now, Dustin, over on the far side there with his name underneath him there, is running a Zweihander campaign that he's putting together. And I am putting together a game that is for Pathfinder 2e. And so we're both kind of in the early phases of putting things together. And yeah, you definitely need a story with your game there. So we're talking about predominantly how we structure things, how we organize it, what sorts of approaches we take. And kind of getting around. I don't know what that means, Vortex, but looks like you're getting the formatting figured out. But yeah, we've been talking about it because we take some different approaches with different games. And initially we were talking a lot about, whether we start with a big issue and then dial it into the local, or if we go local and then fill in the bigger picture as we kind of go.
Yeah.
And we've done some different things than usual.
and historically, I'm one who probably builds more of a world before I focus down to the. I did that definitely with my previous campaign, with the we played at my house, with the war. It was a war setting, and it was a war story, and I definitely did have a larger world figured out before I got down to what the Vanguard was going to be doing. So it was definitely different than what I'm doing with Zweihander, and I think that the system helps me decide which direction I'm going to go. Because when I picked up Zweihander the first time, the first thing I said to Matt Jowett, I was like, "Oh, it's like playing World of Darkness. I know what I'm doing here. I'm building Zweihander campaigns the same way I would build a World of Darkness campaign," and that's very much the direction I take with it. those typically are in a city. You're not traveling overland a ton. They take place. You got to deal with the consequences of your actions in the place where you're at. Like I take that approach with Zweihander the same way I would with World of Darkness, where D&D overland travel's more of an expectation.
It can be, and I think that's something I'm going to be avoiding a little bit of in this one because this is going to be more urban setting. It doesn't have to be. If you guys balk at it and you guys decide to go somewhere else, we'll go somewhere else. But my initial thoughts of how I want to structure this campaign are going to be more in the city setup.
We have to make politics happen.
Yeah, and we'll see. You guys may completely go opposite of that anyway. Who knows? I may be one of 2 players that actually likes politics in the game.
Me probably being the other one.
Yes, you and me both. But it doesn't necessarily have to go that way. I have it structured in a way that you guys could deal with politics, but indirectly, or have ramifications on what's going on without it being necessarily the focal point. So it'll work out. Now there are questions that are disappearing up into the chat here. So VTAC was asking, I know you guys have run a fairly long game with consistent characters, but how have you handled both as players and DMs transitioning to new characters, but within a broader world? So is that to mean...
we did that with every campaign in Limworld, I guess.
Yeah, so is that, just so I'm understanding your question, is that to mean the campaign world stays the same, but you have new characters or new stories being told within the same world? So if that's the case, we have a lot of experience.
I think that's what
it's
it's saying. Like, we have a lot of experience with that, but that's I think that rests largely on Levi, our DM. Because when I made Bowron, I did incorporate a lot of the previous campaign information into Bowron's backstory. The world stays the same, but you make new characters. Yeah, okay. So VTech is talking about what we do.
Yeah, this is what we do. Yeah.
We've been playing in Limworld for 20 years, and this is campaign 5 in Limworld. But so when I wrote Bowron's backstory, because he's an elf and he is old enough to have lived through the previous 2 campaigns as a person, I had to incorporate Bowron's backstory and explain why his people were not involved. I had to explain what he was doing during those times, and a little bit about how that shaped and influenced him as a character going into session 0. And I did those things, and I gave that to the DM. I'm like, and there's my elf.
Yeah.
So, after that, though, it didn't really matter from there on out that much.
Yeah, I think for us, it's because each campaign is a different location and time within the same world, and we're all starting off with fresh characters, it's not really an issue. It's just... as players, we know a little bit about the world. We know the history because we were part of the history as other characters. And so we just come into it with new characters and we're good to go. Where I think it would be a little stranger is if we were picking up new characters to fill in, with what happened with Wrighton transitioning over to being...
Kodo.
Kodo,
switch from Wrighton to Kodo.
Yeah, that would be a rare case. Or the campaign that ended up failing in spectacular fashion as my character died, only to be reborn as a new party. Those are kind of weird cases that kind of went a different direction. And those felt different. But generally speaking, I don't think it's really that difficult to transition from one to another. I think you just, as a player, understand more.
It would be different if we were telling stories that were parallel stories happening at the same time. Or if Levi tried to go back to a previous time period in Limworld and tell a story that led up to a different event, it would be I think that would be a different scenario. And I think by doing that, you box yourself in too much. If we tried to tell the Baron story in the area where the Baron was, I don't think you can. I don't know if the way that Levi runs his campaigns, if he could do and I think he knows that about himself too.
I don't think you would want to go back in time. Yeah, I think you're right on that. I think it's important to leave stories, where they are. Don't do
that had time travel, not gonna happen. we're not quantum leaping or anything like that. It's
VTech, appreciate the credit there. Yeah, the captioning was something we got from a previous guest, and Jen Kretschmer put us onto that, and it's something we've been trying to do every session since. So if you know of any other accessibility things we could be adding, we'll definitely take a look into it. But get a lot of compliments on it, so I'm glad it's making it easy for people, because I know Dustin and I can sometimes be a little inarticulate at times, and maybe mumble a little bit. So sometimes it gives you a little more clarity, and sometimes it comes up with some comical shit as well.
It does occasionally come up with some good ones that, if you're paying attention, you'll see some really weird things come up on the screen. But it does a pretty good job.
And VTech, I would say it's easier to transition if there is some kind of temporal or physical distance from previous game.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're looking for your old characters, or you're looking to pick up that same thread that was running then. And at that point, you might as well just keep playing those other characters.
Yeah, I think that you get into a situation there, VTech, where you're talking about what we like to think of in the comics world a lot when it comes to stories. Where if you think of like the Marvel Universe, it's like Ant-Man's doing his second movie, right? Ant-Man and the Wasp, and they're in a mission, and like things are going bad, and you're like, well, okay, like at any point in time, Iron Man ought to show up, right? Like, this is getting bad. How come the other Avengers ain't here? Like, you can get into those situations where you're like, well, those level 20 characters who just finished that awesome campaign are hanging around somewhere. If things get too bad, they're going to show up, right? So, like, but Levi's done a good job of always honoring the epilogues for past characters. Some of them do linger around in the world, but they become important, and they have, like, higher level management, like 30,000 feet looking down view level crap to deal with, so they can't deal with the minute, like, this is what's going on in this neck of the woods where you're starting the new campaign sort of deal. Yeah, they become sometimes quest NPCs, but not always.
Yeah, they do actually occasionally. It's good.
Sometimes turn into that, but not necessarily always. But it does
Turn
help
them into
explain
items.
why they're not coming to your rescue when things go horribly bad. So.
Airlaser wants to know if we've ever reached max level, how many times, and what happens when you do. When do you decide to start a campaign? We've done it. I don't know, maybe a handful of times.
I think I hit level 20 one time.
I think we've done it multiple times, but we've played like a session or two.
We gotten close, but I don't think we've ever hit 20.
Yeah,
the only
I
time
don't think there's really any value in it.
The only time I ever believe I hit level 20 was when we started at level 20 for an epic level campaign. I was level 20 that time. Pretty sure I was never level 20 otherwise. We've hit like 17, 18. But even our most recent campaign with the Baron, I think we were like level 18 when we finished. Like, we didn't hit 20.
I think we hit 20. I think that was like a point that we did it. But at any point, like, I don't think there's really a ton of value at those levels. I don't really find epic level stories to be all that exciting. And
I think Everstorm's going to be the first time we hit 20 in a Lem World campaign.
Maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Past a certain point, I think the game becomes a little bit ridiculous or stale. You know, if you hit too high of a level. I think we beat that one to death and passed wisdom checks, but
yeah, they're talking a little bit about Game of Thrones. When you're writing a book or when you're writing a show, you can separate the party all you want to.
Yeah.
You can hop back and forth between storylines, and it's super cool. It doesn't work so well at a game table. You can't really separate out the party too much. Like, sometimes you have to. Like, we just had that problem in Everstorm a little bit, and I caused it. It's my fault. But we had a situation where Bauer was, like, on his own little side quest for an episode, kind of by accident. And, I said the same thing, and I'll repeat it now. Like, the idea of a Bauer's bogus journey was fun, but, like, it was not something that needed to tie up the other 4 players. Like, it was not.
Yeah, I mean, if people didn't want to do it, then I agree.
Like,
if people
you can't
were
really
interested,
do
it would
that
be fun.
to the other players at the table, in my opinion. Like.
Yeah, I think one thing that we miss from our old days around the table is we used to be able to do side scenes. So, like, the DM and 1 or 2 or 3 players could run a scene, and the other people at the table could be running another scene where they were interacting, getting side chatter, learning about each other, plotting, planning, being active. Whereas on Roll20, you're literally sitting there silent, listening to other people do a scene that you're not part of, and that doesn't really work.
Yeah.
You would almost need separate sessions completely done up. Let's see. Question was, how do you choose the right time to start over, though? Story. I mean,
When the story is over, we start over. Like,
Yeah.
it was never about reaching max level. It's about telling our character's story.
mhm.
And when our character stories have been mostly explored and the DM wraps up the overarching plot that usually
Mhm.
exists, time to make some new characters and do something different. Like,
Let's see. Other players NPC.
so what if they want it? If they want to keep going to level 20, you mean?
I mean,
Well,
if
they still
want
feel
to,
that
then
there's
go ahead.
if they still feel there's more things to do with their character, then I mean you can
Mm-hmm.
you can come up with some new stuff and like, push on if you want to. But if you're out of creative juice as a GM, it's going to be, in my opinion, it won't be very very fulfilling.
Right. Yeah. Where do you find the sweet? We're going to get that question there earlier. Sorry. Where do you find the sweet spot of PC levels for storytelling, player experience, and nice balance of struggle? I feel like high levels of D&D could fall prey to the Superman curse. There's nothing that can touch them except the ridiculous. Yeah, VTAC. That was kind of the problem I had with Exalted as a game, because game 1 starts you at that point where you're at the, if I'm not punching a god in the face, I'm not doing it right. I that level of power, if everyone wants to play Superman, so be it. I don't find there to be a lot of room for drama at that level.
D&D has always had, in my opinion, a problem where as you push up the levels, unless you do a lot of homebrew work, what you're really doing is pushing yourself closer and closer to no longer being on the prime material plane. You eventually hit a level where the only threats left to you are devils, demons, celestials, dragons, Trask.
Right, yeah.
Like you push yourself to where it's like even most giants aren't a threat to you anymore. Like you're
Sure.
not dealing with a lot of terrestrial things that you can have a lot of good. Like it's almost like to answer your question, when's the story done? Is when the big bad end guy's dead. Everybody knows that. That's how it works. You have a big bad end guy. You introduce him early. He lingers over everything that's going on, and then the player party kills him, and that's it. You're done. Yeah, but you're dealing with deities and demigods at that point, and like it's cool, I guess. But like, it hits a point where there's you're better off. You're gonna get better stories by starting over with a new group.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure we didn't miss any questions up above there. Air Laser had a question as well. Where did it go?
Kodo re-rolled slightly, but with Kodo's situation, like his story was not really done, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to get too much into the weeds on Kodo because it's Clint's character to tell, but I can see where things that maybe even the player of Kodo wasn't totally 100% thrilled with turned out to, in my opinion, be things that have helped take Kodo's story further. So maybe good insight by Levi as a DM, but I think that some decisions Levi made that has helped Kodo's story continue to evolve. Whereas it could have ended with Peg real easily. Like that could have been it. But instead, because of other decisions Levi made, like it's given Clint more to work with going forward. So
the earlier question, I finally found it. There it is. Earliers want to know if we ever intended to do more side scenes recorded, like the Skeezer Fulcrum scene. I'd be up for it. I don't know.
we
anyone else
talk
will.
about those things a lot, but like
I like them.
it was kind of the ties that bind, which is what she's referring to, was kind of our attempt to expand our content here on the stream.
Mhm.
So like some of those side scenes that we were missing because we were streaming, we tried to maybe do them as side scenes, but there was a lot of complications and a lot of limitations on what we can do in a side scene.
I don't know if there's that many.
So, like, we had to, like, you guys had to kind of talk it over with Levi and make sure that, like, we knew when it was happening and, like, I don't know, there was things like that, and they was cool, like, but we haven't done one since then. So I think
all you need to know from your storyteller is whether or not you have the.
Man.
That's an
Thank you
interesting.
for the donation there.
I don't know what that actually says. Is that actually a donation, or is that just?
I don't know. It's hard
typing?
to tell.
I think
It could just be typing.
Because it looks like an attempt to type out 20,000 without the end zero there, but I suspect that's some cheekiness.
Yeah, that
at
might
play.
have just been someone trying to cheat the system.
If it is a legit $20,000 donation, though, you need to tell us right now so we can properly say, "Oh my God!" and use our
Yeah,
shit.
he's just kidding. There you go. We got you.
Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, the side scenes. Yeah, I think all you really need to know though is there actually downtime? Is it available to us? And is there something that should interrupt this? And whether or not roles should enter it. And generally speaking, I would say no roles. Unless
Right.
it's just something that needs to happen. And then, if you're just sitting around the campfire, there are pockets of time in a game that we just gloss over. You can always fill that in. Like, oh, well, yeah, we're here now, but we talked about this during that scene. Cool, let's talk about it.
I think that if you're going to run a side scene, they're usually, at least all side scenes I've ever been involved with, it's not just idle banter. There's usually at least a topic that's on the table that needs somewhat discussed.
Yeah.
It's not just two people sitting at a fire just shooting the shit, not sure what you're talking about for half an hour or an hour or whatever. Like, you got to have something on the table that feels like it needs discussed to have something interesting. Otherwise, like, I don't know, they become kind of pointless pretty quickly. Like,
yeah, that can be. I think that there is a lot that we're missing between characters right now of developing rapport, developing relationships, understanding one another, pushing into fears and desires, motivations, that kind of stuff, that we don't feel like we have enough time at a table that we're sharing time with. Like when there were 5 people sitting around, well, 6 people with the DM involved, sitting around hoping to have a couple seconds a night to talk, you can't really monopolize that time to have these slower paced scenes unfold. Whereas I like the idea of these side scenes being recorded so that you don't feel like you're wasting the table's time and everyone involved gets something if they opt into it. But, different opinions, I guess.
I think that, there's a balance of knowing how much time you want at your table for that kind of banter anyway. Like, yeah, we spent a lot of time on the grid as a party, but, like, we could have had a lot of role play scenes in there. But a lot of it we didn't choose to push for either. Like, we didn't really make it happen. Like, we traveled from Glassgate to Shepherd's Point, and it was mostly handwave and boom, we were there. Like, we could have, like, pushed for more of that, and we would have got it. Levi would have given it to us, but we didn't really make it happen either.
Right. Well, what I think Harmless is saying is exactly the same point. It's how much time is there as a decision of a storyteller to dictate, and it has to do with pacing. And I think what we're running into in terms of our game in a online format streamed is that we know that we're running a scene that has an audience. We know that we're running it once a month, or at the time, and now we're at kind of once every 2 months. And we have a pocket of time. It's maybe 3 to 5 hours. So when you're restricted down to that level, you have to have some condensed whoop ass ready to rock, or it feels like you wasted your time. Whereas I think when we're playing more frequently and you have more time available for table time, you can actually allow more, breath in those scenes to kind of occur.
I think that there's too much emphasis in D&D games put on to getting into a combat.
I think there's a lot there, yeah. I think there's more than needs to be there.
Maybe Pathfinder will fall subject to that too, but like I can do an entire 6-hour session and never roll a combat die, and I'm fine.
Yeah, it depends on what your players are interested in.
Right. I just think that we have this kind, and I think it came from our in-person sessions when we played, in person, driving 4 hours to be there, things like that. Like at some point or another, we were going to get into a combat, like before the night was over. There were long 10-hour sessions, like things were going to happen or whatever, right? But I feel like there's too much emphasis into getting into combat.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes there's let's throw in a combat for the sake of a combat. I think So Leviathan's saying you can have strong law, or every other game should have a combat of story value. Yeah, I guess. I don't know that I agree with that. Hey, we got a sub. Thank you.
Oh, we got a gift sub.
B-Tag. Wow, gifted shirt rewards to 5 others in chat. Congrats. Awesome.
Nice.
Harmless is saying some stuff like world building and character building. Politicking is underrated. Yeah, I think there are lots of things that can make for interesting encounters in a game. I think really what you need, it isn't necessarily combat. I think you need to have some form of drama. There has to be something that is in some way disruptive. And that could be an argument. It could be a debate. It could be actual fighting. It could be just moral decision points. It could be just picking a direction. Yeah, tragedy. Yeah, it could be any of these things. I don't think that combat has to occur. And I think combat is an easy one in that it's got all the story beats ready to rock. It's going to be energetic.
It fills up a lot of time.
It sucks up a lot of time.
That's what it does.
Yeah.
It sucks up. It's a time sink.
Mm-hmm.
If you need time, combat is the answer.
I think combats can be really interesting. I think combats for the sake of combat is not interesting. I do like some crunch. I'm one of those players. I do like tactics and stuff like that. I don't mind having an X's and O's kind of time. But in the terms of storytelling, I don't think that combat is necessary. I think you could run an entire campaign without combat. It would be challenging, but you could do it.
But you could.
Mm-hmm. It would be something.
I mean, again, going back to Zweihander, I had a group that ran Bitter Harvest and never got into combat.
Right.
Ran the entire story path. Never had combat. Why? Because Zweihander has a lot of other non-combat solution tools to use. So they were able to do it without combat. And they completely blew the thing up, too. Went horribly.
Sure. But, well, and I think that's something that's interesting, too, is that we've talked about it a lot, that because of the way books are written, they write knowing that you don't need rules for situations that don't come into conflict. Us just acting, you don't need a rule for acting. Right?
Right.
You need a rule for when I say I shoot you and you go, nuh-uh. Okay, we need a solution here. Right? So that's why I think the majority of game books are about combat or how to interact with combat in some capacity. And I think because of that emphasis there, people feel that they need to emphasize it in the game as well. Because I guess on some point, those are a lot of the interesting choices players are making when they're building their characters. What weapon do I use? How do I use it? What are my tactics? That kind of stuff. So you need opportunities to use it here and there, but I don't feel like you need it all the time. And I think it does come down to what Leviathan's saying is if there are people who want combat, you need to have combat for those people. And if you want people that don't want combat, you need sessions that don't have it. So it could come up to the balance of the people at your table. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Let's see, what else am I reading here? Man, there's a lot going on tonight.
The chat is hopping. It's hard to keep up with it here as it's kind of scrolling on by.
I noticed my chat froze on me earlier, so I'm trying to catch up.
No, I think that's fair. That if you have a party of 5 or 6 players, you may have a lot of varied interest. I personally, in my opinion, if you're willing to put the people who are not big combat junkies through 6 straight hours of combat, then you can put the combat junkies through 6 straight hours of roleplay. In my opinion, it go both directions. It can be what it needs to be. Combats will happen in my Zweihander game when combats need to happen, or when players instigate a combat that I was not thinking of. That's when combats will happen. If a player instigates one, or if there's actual important ones that I have planned, those are the ones that'll happen. So,
yeah, I think that's kind of the mentality I have for this upcoming one. I feel like the module was combat, 24/7. It was just, let's move to the next combat scene, let's do it. And that's not what I want for a game. There's just not enough time to tell a story. There's not enough time to develop characters. So my approach for this game, there will be combats where combats take place. There's going to be some scenes you should not get involved in. And if people want to have fights, they can do it, but it's not going to be me forcing fight scenes, into an experience, with maybe this first game being an exception to that. But we'll see.
I think in a module, as Airlays was saying, it doesn't tell her much about the baddies. It can and it can't.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to be very well written combat for you to get anything out of your enemies based on it. And that's one thing that, we talked about this on Wisdom Check a few times before. Like, you can take combat and still role play in the midst of it. And you can still take combat actions and do all sorts of things that help make combat less dull in those ways. That can help. And if you're GMing, you can do the same thing with your NPCs that will tell you a little bit about your baddies even through combat. But those are things you have to put a focus on. Most modules are not going to do that work for you.
Yeah, I tried to allow more of that in the last game we ran. I really do not like the idea of limiting speech in combat. I understand why people do it, but I think it just turns it into a boring slog of dice rolls. Whereas interesting, back and forth banter could come up. So there's a little bit of that I interjected with the last one, and I let you guys get away with more of it.
It's hard to know the motivations of vampiric plants. I mean, there ain't much you can do to make them any more interesting than the soulless, blood-sucking tentacle plants that they were, Jeff. I mean, there was only so much we can do to make them fun.
Air Laser wants to know if I'll put puzzles in our game. I don't know. I like puzzles. We have at least one player who adamantly despises puzzles with a fiery passion. Maybe. I think my types of puzzles will probably be more of social puzzles, social dynamics, but we'll see. Let's see what else.
I mean, puzzles are great between game session things to end on and be like, come back next game with your answer. I don't like to throw a lot of puzzles. I don't want to tie up an entire session with a puzzle. I don't think that's what I want to do. In Terra and Treefell, I used a puzzle. And I did. I gave it to them at the end of one game session and said, come back with the next one with what you think it is. And they figured it out between game sessions. So, they did good. And they came back with the answers next game session. And that, is my opinion, is the best way to do a puzzle.
Mm-hmm. So is Levi saying he's the second player who hates puzzles? Is that what I'm reading out of this?
No, he's saying there's two players who hate puzzles in the group.
Is the other one you?
I don't know.
I don't know who the other one is.
Cam?
Has to be.
Is Cam not like puzzles? I don't know.
Cam likes puzzles.
Well, okay. I don't know.
I don't know
then.
It's Levi. It's Levi and Clint hate puzzles. Okay.
No, it's Levi. Okay. It is Levi.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey,
yeah, we know Clint doesn't like him, but the other one, we weren't sure who he was referring to.
Yeah. You know what the other puzzle is I'm surprised by is somehow we have used up our 2 hours plus 9 minutes already.
Well, the good part about not having a guest tonight is that we can talk as long as we feel like, Jeff.
That's true. I'm up for more. Are you guys in the audience up for more, or should we wrap this up? You guys getting tired? Seems like we got a lot of banter. Yeah. The number of y'all has dropped, but the chatter has gone up. Let's see what else will be missing in here.
They want to do more, so let's keep moving on.
All right, let's rock it.
So what other aspects of campaign planning have we not discussed yet? Puzzles, like I said, my opinion, they're great between game stuff to keep people thinking about the game between one session and the next, especially there's a lot of time between those game sessions. It gives them a little something to work on in the meantime that keeps them thinking about the game. So I like puzzles for that. I wouldn't start out a game session with one and be like 3 hours later be like, have you figured it out yet? Like, well, that's brutal.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, I guess we could talk about our specific games. Is there anything you're looking to... I'm trying to think how to word this. Like, is there anything you want to talk about your campaign that you're wanting to get into with your game design? Is there like a a theme? Is there a structural component to it?
Yeah, there is. It's from a structural component. I talked a little bit about earlier with my Zweihander game that I'm writing this in a kind of choose your own adventure style. You guys are gonna meet a few various NPCs, and what your interactions with them will dictate kind of where the story goes from there. I have kind of an end game in mind for where this goes, and and because it's a sequel to a story that I've already told that's out there, I have to be very clever about how I construct some of the mysteries and some of the things going on, because I'm intentionally lying to my new players, and if my old players happen to be watching, they're going to know I'm lying, and they're going to laugh hysterically, because I'm assuming that most of my new players did not actually watch the entire 10-episode run of Terror Treefell. And I'm probably correct, even though this guy edited all of them.
I watched it a fair amount.
Yeah, so
I have not watched it all. No, that's true.
So there's a fair amount of Easter eggage going on. I'm telling this is a direct story sequel to the first one, which is different than writing a campaign that is a sequel, because there's a lot of stuff that dealt with the player characters from the first game that are bleeding over into this one. And some of them might even make appearances at some point. So because of that, this one's going to be more directly story-wise told. But it does have its own through lines, its own NPCs, and its own in-game that will, again, if I play this correctly and if I get enough player investment, will put them in a position of having to make interesting decisions. And that's what I'm shooting for always in my games, is can I push the party to the point of not inter-party conflict necessarily. I'm always not shooting for watch the players now kill each other, though that seems to be where a lot of times this goes. But putting them to the point of being like, crap, these are our choices. What are we going to do, guys? And that's what I shoot for with my campaigns.
Yeah, players have to have a pretty solid grasp on what their character motivations are to hit that point. And they have to be embodying a character at that point for them to actually care that much to break that. VTAC is saying, how do you know, or how do you knock your party down a peg when they are feeling a bit too important and a bit too powerful in their small ocean? How have you shown them, hey, there's a whole new level to this world they are in? My PC started in a small town region. Well, it depends. I think in our particular gaming group, there's at least one player, probably two, that loves the feeling of being biggest, baddest mofo in the room. And if you have that in your table, if that's what's fun to those players, I think you need to allow that from time to time. I myself, I don't like that feeling. I hate feeling like I'm the top dog. But I don't think it's very hard to knock a party down. I mean, you're the DM. You have every option in the toolkit, plus anything you want to improvise. If you want to beat the party, you can beat them. Like, that's not an issue.
I think you're right. If you can't win as the DM, you're I don't know what you're doing. Like, you can always win. Like, that's easy. Your players will hate you for it, but you can always win.
Yeah, you can always win.
You can always win. So that's why, in my opinion, DMing is never about winning, and it's never about putting forth challenges for the players to overcome in that sort of way. Like, I'm going to make this so hard they can't get over this. To me, it's more narrative, story driven stuff. Like, why are they making the decisions? Like, that's what's more important to me. So, and even as a player, like, I would rather focus more on Bowron's decision making than Bowron's ability to take 500 shapes and how many hit points I can actually stack on Bowron, and how many swings of Kodo's Maul would it take to actually kill Bowron if you actually went through with it. Like, I think about those things, but they're not anything I want to actually explore. Like, that's not really what we do.
There's always nerd theory, Nerd theory crafting's fun.
It's cool, but like, I don't know. That's not really what I strive for.
Yeah, VTech. I think really, if you have a group who is feeling like they're the big boys, or the big boys and girls, there's a certain point you hit. Like I think they kind of actually expressed it pretty strongly in some of the previous editions. Like I think 4th edition talked about it, and I think 5th did, where they actually broke it into tiers of gameplay. Right. And there is the local hero level, I would say, between like 1 and, I don't know, let's say 6 or 7 levels. I would say, you're 8 to like 12 or 8 to 14, somewhere in that range seems to be a, on the national level, like you're more of a larger figure. You deal with bigger regions, bigger area problems. And then I think above that, you're dealing with global threats or interplanar threats. And
you have to eventually. It pushes you into one of the hells or a heavens or the astral realm. Like, you end up somewhere else if you push things. So I think the best thing you can do is get weird. Because I'm just taking something out of DM Levi's book. Get weird. Because players will systematically take down anything they recognize. But the moment they can't recognize it, now they don't know what they're dealing with. It's hard. It's hard to tackle something. Now, the moment you say it's a green dragon, they know exactly what the breath weapon is. They know how much damage it is. They know exactly what its movement is. They will systematically find a way to take down that dragon. No problem. Reskin that thing is some weird super hydra, Godzilla style, and all of a sudden they're like,
Yeah, I think that's one way to do it. I think that's it's an approach that works. I think some of what I will do may incorporate some of that, but some of the other reason why I'm picking hobgoblins for my world is that they're traditionally one of those, you deal with them in level 1 and 2 and you never see them again. And I'm thinking of them more as another humanoid. Like, you could be a human with fighter levels, or you might be a wizard or something. And I think when you do that, you get the same effect. You break it down. You don't know whether that person across the way is super threatening unless you interact with them. If you get stories about them, if you talk to them or whatever, at which point your world feels full of different characters and different abilities, right?
Yeah, I think that the other thing you can do too is like give them a challenge that doesn't play directly into their strength. Like give them a challenge that takes finesse. Give them a challenge that requires 2 or 3 levers to be pulled at the same time, and make them have to break their party apart on the map and run 3 different directions at the same time to make something happen. Like, now they're not a cohesive single unit moving through swarms of bad guys. They gotta find some finesse while doing something. Like, those kind of things can. You're not really splitting the party. It's not like they're running off into separate rooms. I'm just saying that they have to do several things at the same time. Like, makes it harder, because then what they do is they realize, like, they're really probably super powerful when they're in a cohesive unit. But when there's not necessarily always cohesion, it gets a little tougher for them, and they realize their weaknesses, because it gives you a chance to exploit some weaknesses, and that'll make them realize they need each other, and that maybe those situations shed a little light that, like, yeah, I'm really cool as long as my healer's back there behind me. I can do all kinds of things, but I can't do that if I don't have my healer with me.
Well, I think there is something to party size limiting the effectiveness of certain types of scenes. Like, it's hard to have the couple of cops come around the corner and you're threatened by them. They might catch you when you're a group of 5. Right? Like, everything has to be bigger scale. There's got to be more of, or they have to be giant monsters or something. And I think that limits some of those options. I think on the flip side of what you're saying, with separating them out, exposing some weaknesses, I think it also has a weird effect of, if you're the character who is built to be a solo character, then that's your bread and butter. And it's kind of a weird thing that does the opposite of show your weaknesses.
Well, I mean, yeah, it depends. Like, if you have 5 people who are solo characters, then yeah, you're not going to find that out that way. You have to know your players. And like I said, my point is just find ways to expose the things they're not good at. If they're super min-maxed, put them in some situations they get socially steamrolled. Like, there is nothing worse than a killing machine getting, like, charmed. Like,
yeah.
You know, it's just a quick kind of punch to the gut, and oh man, my character's really good at all this other stuff. Boy, that will save is horrible. Like, I'm susceptible. Like, you don't have to be a super GM like dick about it. Just, you know, he really wants to kill this guy. Well, he's gonna hang out and talk to him for a little bit, and then walk away realizing like that he got the wool pulled over his eyes. So okay, cool. Like, you're susceptible. You're not nigh invulnerable. You know, you see like Lex Luthor do that to like Superman all the time, right? Like, Lex Luthor's just immortal, but through intellect and through his scheming, he can render Superman's powers nearly useless in a lot of situations. And a lot of that's
I don't know if I like that example. I know what you're trying to get at with it, and I agree with the point you're making in the larger scheme, but I think that's a particularly bad example because it's bad gameplay, in my opinion, to hard counter a player. Like, I think that's not fun for anyone. Like, I think challenging somebody, taking them tangentially off of their strength, I think is good. But having a hard counter, I think, is lame.
Yeah, I think every once in a while, if they're getting too full of themselves, as the question said, you hard counter them. And then they think, you know.
Yeah, but this is Superman. Like, every counter is a hard counter or it's not a counter, right?
Well, yeah, you either have kryptonite or you don't.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why Superman is a hard story to make interesting.
It is true.
But I don't know. I like the idea of things working tangentially or just off of your strength slightly to where you can't fully leverage it, and that being a challenge that adds complexity. I don't like where it's just like you're just done, you're just shut down, you can't do anything, because I think that just limits choices or fun around the table personally. But
like I said, I wouldn't run that for long.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean.
Once
I wouldn't run that for long. Like, I'm not suggesting you do it every game session, but like, I don't think there's anything wrong with an NPC. It doesn't have to be like the big bad end guy. It could just be an NPC anywhere who just expresses that you have flaws and points at them and picks at them, and maybe it's their strength. So you know, nothing wrong with it. These are all game mechanic rules, and you go into a situation with a character knowing that all these rules might be applied to you at any time. So it's no different than playing Vampire. I was a gangrel. Every once in a while, somebody was going to dominate me. Boy, I was horrible at dominate. Like, there was nothing I could do to fight it. My character was not built to withstand dominate. So,
well, except for the game rules, it basically made it to where it was impossible to get dominated. But
okay, but I'm just saying. But in general, like, if anyone had presence powers or dominate powers, like my gangrel was rendered, his might and his power and his aggravated claws and teeth were rendered useless. Like, useless. There was nothing I could do. So sometimes you have to have that hard counter to kind of just put people in their place a little bit and make them remember that, like, their character is not great at everything. They're only great at probably one or two things.
Yeah, but I don't think you need to break a party to accomplish a check, right? I think it's more you just have to put them in a situation where they realize there are big forces at play, and what they thought was large isn't large.
I don't like the idea of escalating. I don't like the idea of escalating everything to world-breaking event.
Sure.
Like, me and you talk about this all the time. Like, I don't like that every D&D game feels like it has to be, like, world-ending if you push beyond level 12. Like, you know, I like my stories to stay smaller. I try to keep in a smaller frame when I work stories. Like, I don't like to feel like everything boils down to what is this god or that god necessarily doing.
Right.
And I feel like if you push far enough, that's where you get. So if you're always... every time they jump some tiers, you're like having to escalate. Like I said, you end up in one of the hells, one of the heavens, or in the astral realm somewhere. Like, it's your only options by the time you're done. So, like, I hate the idea that, like, if I want to make them feel like smaller fish, that I have to, like, dump them into some bigger escalated level of power. Like, oh, sorry, those things you thought was just an orc invasion you've been dealing with for 10 games is really the mastermind plan of a great worm red dragon. Like, I hate the idea of that escalation.
Well, I mean, that is a component of D&D, I think. You can either go volume or you can go levels, and volume takes more time. Trying to run those sorts of scenes. I think, what's the same one? There's world breaking in the sense if you break the world for your party in a very small scenario, and then there's world breaking where it breaks the world for an entire nation, continent, hemisphere. Air Lasers asked a question we didn't ask.
I don't know.
I see comments.
Difference
Comments.
between wanting to be the biggest and baddest and improperly min-maxing your strong. Okay, well, that's not the question she's talking about, is it?
Yeah, it looks like Marvis.
How do you figure out your character motivations? Is that the one she's referring to?
Okay.
Yep, I think that must be the one. How do we figure out our character motivations? That's an interesting one. It's not really necessarily campaign building, unless you're talking about the NPCs.
Well, an NPC would be an interesting way to do it, but I think as a character, you use the same sorts of tools, I think, for a character and an NPC. They're not exactly the same. There are differences, but
they're definitely different. When I only have one character to worry about, I typically look at what the game is that I'm getting into. I try to get information on the campaign, stuff like that, because again, I could run Clashes in Jeff's new Pathfinder game, but like his goals are not conducive to anything Jeff's wanting to do. So like again, it just wasn't going to work or fit. So my new character, his goals and his aims are very much more in line with what Jeff's wanting to do. So to me, there's a fair amount of that is back and forth between your DM and your player.
there is. I think a lot of what I do is I find something is just fascinating to me that is not me as a person, and I will wrap motivations around that. You know, like what would cause a person to get involved with that thing. You know, what is the core philosophy, you know, that this character is contending with. Like what is the 1-2 word juxtaposition that I've got here that I can kind of explore. With the NPCs, I have, here's a story I'm trying to say, here is an avatar of that story, essentially. What motivations would they have that would create this kind of story? And what would their motivations be if they were slightly askew? Like, how would that affect the way the story unfolds? You know, if it didn't quite align right. What's the weirdness that gets added in there that makes it a person instead of just a plot point?
Right. No, I think that's fair for all your major NPCs. And I think sometimes that's why the party always gravitates to the one NPC you didn't plan out. Like, you know what I mean? Like how that always happens is because it's the one that you're just throwing together at the last minute somehow becomes the one that's the most real. But, you know, I don't know why that happens either, but it's just a theory of mine that maybe that has a little to do with it. But I think that for me, my NPCs, I figure out very much how they fit into the story and what the conflicts between NPCs are. And then, like I said, as the players interact with it, then those NPCs kind of meld a little to become what the story needs to be for the purpose of the characters developing and moving forward and getting the good sense of their decision making as a group and individuals.
Yeah, I think the important part is remembering that these are people. Like, they're supposed to exist when the spotlight is not on them. You know, what are they doing between scenes? And why do they keep showing up? You know, like, well, why are you bumping into them?
We may do a whole episode on voices soon, Air Laser, where we get more into some of this stuff. But for character voices, again, NPC voices, same thing. it's just a matter of what I feel is right for that particular character, and if I think it adds to it, or if I think it's a distraction. Like, it was part of the problem with Clashius was it added to who he was, but it was also a huge distraction. So
yeah, but I think the character in and of itself was essentially that, you know. Voices. I don't know if there's something I feel needs to be there. You know, if it needs to be like expressed, this is an old person, or that they're weary, or they're excitable or something. Like Skeezer, for instance, is a different type of voice than I usually do. He's a different type of personality than I normally play. He doesn't really fit my laid-back kind of calmness, right? He's more of kind of a frenetic, kind of weird character, and so like his voice needed to express that. It needed to be flowy, kind of sing-songy, and it needed to be excitable, and he needed to be dangerously curious. So like these are all things that kind of came up. So for him, he needed a voice. Like his weirdness needed to be expressed, right, in multiple avenues, and the voice was the biggest one I had available to me besides a picture.
Yeah, for me with Bowron at least, like he's an elf. He's a wood elf at that. So
Sorry, I'm reading VTEX even.
Yeah, I saw it too. So for me with Bowron, like I didn't feel like there were two things with Bowron that I made voice-wise decision. One, he was not going to talk in your standard pirate voice. I wasn't going to do it. He wasn't going to come on there and be like, "Arg, matey, we're going over the..." Like, no, that wasn't going to happen. Like, even if I could do the voice, and I can probably well enough, like, I wasn't going to get that on the nose pirate. I didn't want to go that campy with it. So I decided first and foremost, elves are always arrogant assholes.
It's in there.
Just in nature. They're just arrogant, right?
Can we say it all together? Keen elven ears.
Keen elven ears. So again, this gets back to, it's not a voice, but it's more of an attitude and a vocabulary. Bowron doesn't have a voice. That's why when people always pay to have me do things in Bowron voice, like on Video Game Night, I kind of laugh a little bit because I'm like, Bowron doesn't have a voice. It's my voice. I just say things a little differently than I say them because that's how Bowron would say it, right? So, it's something like that. And I just knew I wasn't doing the standard, like, over-the-top pirate voice. Like, those are the two things for Bowron that I decided.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm trying to think of other voices that we've had that have really stood out, but sometimes you need a good voice. If you need to get out of your own head, I think it's good.
We've asked Clint to be on here on the show. He doesn't want to do it.
He won't do it.
Maybe one of these days we'll convince him, but so far he hasn't.
Should 30s be a party? What?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
So for an NPC, I do I'm doing a Macho Man Randy Savage voice for my dwarf, and a lot of that came because I didn't want to do Russian or Scottish.
Is that the reason?
Yeah, no. I again, Levi does such a fantastic job with his Scottish and his Irish that first off, I can't duplicate that.
Yeah, I can't either.
And
those are the hard ones.
And second, I wanted to do something unique and different. And again, because I'm treating this as just an individual. I'm not treating him as a dwarf. I'm treating him as an individual. I was like, I'm totally doing Randy Macho Man Savage. So, to a degree, like, again, you have to listen to a lot of Macho Man to really get honed in on it. But
well, it helps that you're picking a character.
Right.
Like, it's somebody playing a character that you're emulating. And that's a different thing. Okay, so the question was, is the being in your 30s a party? I don't know about all that. I mean, it's been an interesting decade to be alive, I guess.
In my 40s now, so I can't answer that question anymore.
I do far less drinking. I do far less partying. I do far more not being active. I don't know about the 30s. I don't know. They're all right. they're decent. I'm doing a lot of gaming. That's been great. Been doing a lot of shows online. That's been cool. Been getting out there, being creative. Oh, you confused this. You did it intentionally, VTAG.
Well, like I said, we'll definitely, I think, do a whole episode on voices again soon. We haven't done one in a while.
Yeah, they're fun.
So we'll come up. We'll do a whole show on voices again sometime soon.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anything topic-wise for Pathfinder that you wanted to bring up?
Well,
we feel like we've covered a lot.
we have covered quite a bit, but some more teaser for people, I guess, would be one of the big elements at play is going to be, again, that these hobgoblins have been unable to wage war for quite a while due to this treaty. And during the events of this beginning of the game, we're going to be seeing how things are changing. There is going to be some major world shakeups, and of those, one is going to be some Githyanki that's going to be coming to harass a town near you, and Dustin's character knows all about them in some capacity. So that'll be kind of
man,
fun.
There's a good solid question from Vaytak. Why should a D&D only player tap into Pathfinder? And I think there is one big answer to that, and that is crunch.
Sure.
If you like a crunchier system, Pathfinder is for you. If you like a system with more minutia than what D&D 5e has, Pathfinder is for you.
If you like customization,
if you like a game that's more narrative based, stick to 5e. 5e is definitely more narrative based than what Pathfinder will be, especially the moment you drop into a combat.
I mean, we go around this a lot. I will stand firmly in the nothing about a system, at least in comparison between 5th edition and Pathfinder systems. Nothing affects role playing. So if you're a good role player, you can tell a good story. You can do it in either system. What is different is the level of customization. If you like more crunch, like Dustin was saying, details. I think that the built-in world of Galarian in Pathfinder is more fascinating to me than some of the other more genericized game worlds. So, like, I find it more interesting than Forgotten Realms. I think there's more nuance there. I think their Pantheon is more interesting. I think their take on some of the monsters and stuff is more interesting. But the big one is, I am a player who likes customization. I like some of that stuff, and Pathfinder just does it infinitely better. Like
the combat system is more complex. So I don't know if that's intricate, but it's more complex.
There are more moving parts that you could choose to use. They're just more tools. Whereas in 5th edition, you basically got like 3 flavors of the same thing, and you're done. Like, once you've done it one time, you've done it every time the rest of the game, and it doesn't change. Unless
you flood a map with a shit ton of hit points on a character or a shit ton of mobs, D&D's combat system is streamlined to be quick.
I don't even know if it's... I don't know if
it
it's
is.
quicker or not.
We just take
really
on ridiculous numbers of mobs at a time. But D&D's Path 5e is a very quick combat system, unless you're fighting ridiculous numbers and lots of hit points. But
I don't know that. I don't know that in terms of Pathfinder 2 versus 5e, if there is a significant difference in complexity in taking your turn, right? So, like, I think the action economy is fairly similar. I think the Pathfinder just having 3 action points is probably actually simpler than 5th edition's combat system. I think that
I would say that the only reason it seemed quicker in Pathfinder is because it's macroed and we're playing online. You played in person, it's a clunkier game, and the combat slows down way more for what you're doing.
I mean, the only thing that's different really is, I guess, 5th edition just follows on advantage, disadvantage, and then a -2, -5 for cover, whereas Pathfinder is basically level +2, level +4, level +6, level +8, and same issue. Or the status effects in 5th edition, there are a fair amount of them. In Pathfinder, they just have a number set associated with them that tells you how long it lasts. So, I mean, they're not really... I don't know if they're very much faster or slower than one another, as far as from what I can tell. I don't know. Leviathan and Dustin both seem to think that 5e is better for creativity. I think as a storyteller, it may be easier to run. Like, I think if you're running a combat for 5th edition, you can do that pretty easily. There's not a lot of things to think about relative to Pathfinder 2e. I think Pathfinder 2e, you're going to have more complexity on your monsters, so that's going to be a little bit harder for you to run. Yeah, but in terms of story, I don't see any difference. I think there are fewer choices to be made. I think there are fewer things you could delve into as a player. And to me, that limits my creativity. I know for Levi, he said that not having a thing listed is a way of having more creativity. I find that to be the opposite. Like, for me, I find when I look at 5th edition, I look at the characters and I go, I have nothing here. This is giving me nothing to go off of.
For me, creativity is like sand. The more space there is to pour my sand into, the more creative I can be.
Yeah.
The less space there is, I can't fit sand in there. It's already been figured out for me. I don't get to be creative in it.
Hey, Joker. Welcome
hey,
to
Joker.
It. Yeah,
there was another
tonight.
great question up there. I think Air Laser asked it, and I want to make sure we get to that one here, too. I think it's all scrolling by so quickly. Hold on.
Dude, there is so much going on up here.
Hey, let me re-find it again.
Yeah, I don't know. I find the Pathfinder monsters are more interesting, but that's based on what is written in the books. Like, Levi is doing everything custom, so I think he's getting around a lot of the limitations of 5th edition by fully customizing things. Like, I think if we were just using standard, this is an ogre, that's a giant, or whatever, I think the 5th edition monsters are pretty boring.
Here it is. Is it easier to build a world for a writer, artistic person in 5e?
Is it?
I don't think that part changes.
I don't think it changes at all.
I don't think that part changes. I think that if D&D has anything going for it over Pathfinder, and this is probably more true with 5e right now, because Pathfinder 2nd edition just came out. But 5e has books and books and books and books and books of options to look at right now to pull monsters ideas from for 5e. Whole lots of different character subclasses and stuff that come out in every book, whether it's Unearthed Arcanas and this, that, the other. You got a lot of things there you can play with for rule sets to help you create something right now. Whereas Pathfinder 2 is kind of just getting going. I think there will hit a point where Pathfinder 2 will catch up content-wise with content creep in that kind of way, to where you can create a world like Jeff is doing right now, and that part doesn't get any easier or harder for you.
Yeah, I don't think it gets any easier or harder. What I find frustrating about 5th edition, though, is that you can have 3 different fighters. They'll get 3 different abilities, maybe, amongst their 20 levels of progression. Otherwise, they're cookie cutters of each other, mechanically speaking. There's not really a significant difference there, unless you find the 1 or 2 that has a particularly strong niche that they develop. Whereas in Pathfinder, it feels to me that every choice you make makes you substantially different than somebody who did not make that choice. And I feel like there's just more there. Now, there's 2 bestiaries for Pathfinder now. They're putting out a advanced player's guide. So there's a significant amount out there, and they also have a lot of adventure paths, which has been a strong suit for Pathfinder. So if you like those, they churn those things out, and they're, from what I understand, are of high quality. We never play them, but I've heard a lot of good things about it.
That's only a problem if you need to be told exactly what to do in every situation, Joker. Otherwise, for people like Levi and myself, we love that it doesn't tell us, and we just get to make it up on the fly and go instead of spend 10 minutes trying to look up a rule. We're all about that. So that's not a problem if you just roll with the flow and use advantage and disadvantage and make a decision and go with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could do a fair amount of that. It just
You
depends on
can
how
with
you want to run.
Pathfinder, then find out you were wrong after the fact. Then
Yeah,
you
you
look up
can.
the rule, you're like, oh, okay, so that's not really how that should have played. Like,
It can be slightly different.
but it's
What I don't like about the old school mentality that 5th edition seems to be playing back towards, though, is it creates these weird circumstances where you have to argue with your storyteller about what you can or cannot accomplish in a scene, whereas a concrete rule says, I can do this. And I really, really dislike that weird antagonism that comes up between being like, oh,
do you
well,
feel like
can I
that
get
really
this to move?
happens, though?
I do. Any game
Because I don't feel
that
like
the
I've
rules
ever
get
had a
lighter,
situation where I've been with Levi, like, Levi, this can happen. He's like, no, it can't. I'm like, yes, it can. Like, no,
I feel like I am in a negotiation anytime I'm in a rules light game, and it feels shitty to me. I don't like it.
I don't feel like it at all. That's interesting. Because, like, for me, I just feel like I ask Levi if I could do things, and he usually says yes, and then I do it. Like,
Well, I feel
don't
like
ever feel
every
like
round in that sort of situation, I'm like, is there a pot? Is it this tall? Can I get up on top of it? If I did this, how long would it take me to do it? Oh, well, so if I did that, would I be able to do this? Oh, well, what are you trying to get at? Well, I'm trying to do this. You know, and it becomes this weird, like, time-consuming back and forth of, like, feeling like instead of just doing something neat, I have to struggle through the process, and it doesn't feel good to me. I really hate that negotiation component to
I
it.
don't know. I guess I don't really feel like I see that happen in our games much.
It's because I don't
But,
do those sorts of things very often in our games. I just go with the X's and O's because they're concrete and they're easy to do. Like, I find more often than not, I'm lit down by the outcomes of something when they're negotiated. They don't live up to what I was hoping to achieve, or the rules end up becoming too complicated or difficult. There's too many roles involved to get it to happen. There's something about it that the math never works out in a way that seems fulfilling to me, and I spend a lot of time just trying to figure out how I'm going to ask the thing I want to do instead of actually just doing interesting stuff. So for me, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a computer scientist. I like things that make sense, that there's a system, this is how it works, period, this is how you do it. And that feels more comfortable for me. It feels like, for me, I feel way more creative in that circumstance because I know here's the things I can do with 3 action points. With those, I can make this cool thing happen, and this will be fun.
I
Whereas
feel like
the other way is,
I feel like
don't
that
way.
kind of system to me feels like I get to be creative one time, and then I'm done. I create something inside that system with those rules, and it's done, and that's what I get to do.
Yeah.
Whereas in the barter system, I get to do whatever I want to every round. As long as my DM says I can, and I make a roll and it works out, I can do whatever I want to. It's endless creativity. I'm not boxed by your simple rules. I will just play with advantage and disadvantage as the DM sees fit. And if I want to roll the dice and know the odds, then I roll the dice and I know the odds. And to me,
Holy
oh
but
man,
Jesus.
a raid!
Dream Whisper.
Dream Whisper
we were just
Jen
talking about you
coming in with
earlier.
44.
Thank you.
Welcome.
We are running an extended long episode tonight. We are currently talking
late.
about, we're like an hour over our time. We are doing a talk about prepping game and writing game worlds and stories and stuff. We've been just taking a lot of questions from the audience recently about
Right.
different game editions, talking about how to make NPCs, coming up with motivations, voices, and that kind of stuff. So if you guys have topics, actually, I'm kind of curious what you guys were running just recently. 44 people coming from a stream. I'm assuming that was a D&D game if it's Dream Wisp Gen. So let us know what you guys have been up to.
And also, again, shout out to Dream Wisp Jen for giving us this closed captioning.
These guys right here.
So that's
Good
fantastic.
stuff. Been using them since. Lots of compliments on that from even tonight. So I don't know. Like it is interesting. Right now we're talking about differences between 5th edition and Pathfinder 2e. There was a question about how much of a difference there is in creativity out of those two systems. And Dustin and I we're kind of on different ends of the same plank. And he is more of a 5th edition style player, and I'm more of a Pathfinder 2e player. We were just discussing about how different systems seem to create more or less creativity for different types of players. Like for me personally, I was talking about how I do not like rules-light systems because I dislike negotiation with a storyteller. I don't like the kind of antagonistic push and pull of trying to get something to work. I like the mechanics just to say, here are the things you can do. How you string them together is your creativity, and how you impact it is this is how it works. Whereas Dustin is describing a situation where he feels less creative in that world and feels more creative in one that has more negotiation. So it's
yeah, I guess because I
vibe.
don't look at negotiation as antagonistic. In the same way that I don't assume that my DM is there just to challenge me or defeat me, I don't consider. I guess I put a lot of trust in Levi in that aspect. Maybe if I had a DM who I thought was trying to kill me, I'd feel differently.
Hey, thanks for the follow there.
Thank you. Yeah, but because I know that Levi wants to see my character story told just as much as I want to tell my character story. When I'm in combat, I feel the same way. Like, I feel like I'm not fighting Levi over what Bowron can do. I'm asking if what I think Bowron might be able to do in this situation is possible, and Levi can explain to me why or why not. I don't feel like that's antagonism. I feel like that's just fleshing out the scenario or parts of the scenario that maybe I'm envisioning differently than he is, that a battle map can't necessarily explain to you by just looking at a battle map. So to me, it's no different than any other aspect of the game where I'm not working against Levi, I'm working with Levi to do something cool with Bowron.
Well, yeah, and that should be the approach. I think any game you get into, if you're sitting around the table with other people, your DM is another one of those members of a collaborative process. And I think that is absolutely true. I think it's absolutely an important thing to consider and go with. And Levi is good about working with you. I don't think it is that I feel Levi and I fight over something. It's that I don't enjoy that style of negotiating with anyone. Like, as
you just don't like the process.
If we had me in a marketplace
about anything in life.
Yeah, if it was, I can go up to a thing and pick the item off and it says this is $5 and I go pay $5, or I have to go into a barter system, I will take the $5 off the thing every single time, even if I can negotiate down to $3 on that item on a consistent basis. Man. I hate bartering. Like, that is like my antithesis. So like any game kind of style that creates that barter mentality, I'm automatically put off by.
I see. I don't know. I don't ever feel like the negotiations are very long. If it was a long, drawn-out thing, it'd be different, but I don't feel like they're that long. Like, I usually, when it comes around on my turn, I have an idea of something, even if it's kind of quirky, but I'm like, hey, I'm going to try this and see if it works. And most of the time, it either works or it fails horribly. So, and I guess I'm a risk taker as a player. That
sure.
If you've been watching, you've seen Bowron. Like, I'll put Bowron in all kinds of bad situations. So I don't care. But when it comes to that sort of thing, so I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd like to have some mechanics for things that Bowron can do that set him apart from what other people can do. But at the same time, I'm also perfectly fine with the larger aspects of combat still being able to have fun. The rule of cool should be there.
Yeah, I think rule cool is a valuable thing. So Brian is saying...
One of the things I think the 5e does is give the DM the power to say to a player, this is the mechanic you can use to accomplish what you want to do. Some players like a narrower set of options with predefined mechanics already laid out for them, which Pathfinder 2 is tailored for. And yes, that is a very, very good synopsis of what we're talking about at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I think if you watch the way we run games, I think I do a lot of ruling stuff at the table for speed of play. Right now it's due to the fact that Pathfinder 2e is new to us. I don't know the system inside and out as well as I would like. In the context where I knew the rules, I could just say, okay, well, this is the rule. I know it. Here's how you can do it. And at that point, I think it's as fast as 5th edition. Like, if my player came up to me, like if Dustin came up to me in a Pathfinder 2e game, and he's like, I have this creative thing I want to do. Here's how I think it could work. I'll be like, okay, that sounds closest to this mechanic. Here's how you can do it. Go for it. And, I'll honor what he's trying to do. I don't think that Pathfinder 2e prevents you from being, open to rulings like that. I think it just gives you more scaffolding to work with. But again, it's an opinion kind of thing. It can. Mm-hmm. It can until, like, Pathfinder 1 was I haven't played enough 2E to make a definitive, but like Pathfinder 1, and I think anyone out there who played Pathfinder 1 knows, like in 5E, I can look at Levi and be like, Bauer wants to do a trip maneuver with his trident, and Levi'd be like, make a roll with disadvantage because this thing has this, that, or the other. Pathfinder 1E, same scenario, even if I had the same stats on a character, be like, well, do you have a trip feat? Well, do you have this feat? Well, do you have that? Well, then the answer is no, you're never going to accomplish this thing. Whereas advantage, disadvantage, it's like, well, there's maybe odds you can still pull this off.
Yeah, there are some problems with Pathfinder 1E that do not seem to carry over to Pathfinder 2E. And one of those that you're describing is there were too many gates at play in Pathfinder 1E. And there were certain things that were problematic in Pathfinder 1E is just the level of scaling. I think.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that Pathfinder 2 has those problems. We've only played like through one small module.
It might.
So I
might.
can't.
We
might down the road. We might find out we do, but right now we don't. Like there was a situation that came up in Fall of Plaguestone where I think Cameron was wanting to search, and he was doing some searching. Well, I looked up the search mechanics while you were carrying out the role, and he couldn't do what he wanted to do. The mechanics actually limited his ability to do what he wanted because we didn't play them correctly. And then I brought them up and put them into the chat, and I said, you can't actually do that because it's a separate action point to do those two things.
Oh,
so he couldn't take his action the way he wanted because of action economy. So it's like there are times where what you think of in D&D 5e as a standard action is broken up into the way things work out or differently. So that was all I was getting at is like, you can do it still. You just can't do all of it in the same round necessarily sometimes. Like you have to break things up a bit more.
5th edition, if you followed through the rules 100%, you would still find that it takes a full round to do certain things that we oftentimes
in some cases,
hand wave.
maybe.
Yeah, I think
that's the case, but
we hand wave a lot of things. Like regardless of the game system we're playing, whether it's World of Darkness, whether it's D&D 5e, if it's Pathfinder 2e, 1e, whatever, we as a group tend to do a lot of rulings and hand waving and that sort of thing. It just comes up. It's if you need to move quickly, you do that. And so long as you don't make a ruling that is like egregiously wrong, it's fine.
I didn't think in that situation it was hand waving as much as falling back into tendencies of we've been playing 5e for a couple of years.
Could be.
So I think it was habit. Just that's normal. You can do that in a round because that's what we've been allowing to happen in a round for 20 years essentially.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, Tim Bent Dragon is saying that they have opposite view on this. They come from a storyteller background and narrative style games like Fate are more your thing. D&D is usually too crunchy for you, but sometimes in the middle is good. I think there's a lot of space in the hobby for different types of players and different types of DMs. I don't think that there is a right or a wrong way to do it outside of what is fun. And if you can find a gaming group that plays the way you have the most fun, you're doing it right. And I think I'm probably more on the crunchy side of things. I like moving parts. I like system mastery. I like tactics. But I would say that Dustin and I both come from a very heavy character-driven, role-playing centric, narrative-focused school of thought. We both came from the live-action role-playing community for Vampire. We spent a crazy amount of time just doing nothing except for personifying characters. And I try to do that in addition to the crunch. So for me, like, my ideal game session includes both sides of that plate. I want my meat and I want my vegetables,
Right.
And I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I think they can be if they get distracting to somebody. If somebody doesn't enjoy one part of the game, then it's not going to be for them. So that's fine.
I think what's important for me is that the mechanics of my character sheet reflect the decisions I made about my character.
Sure.
I think as long as I feel like that's true, then I don't need a system to be any more mechanically crunchy than that.
See, Joker saying their biggest fear in D&D involved a group that made you feel like the game was less character-driven and more MMORPG build-driven. Any advice for a new storyteller in exploring D&D?
Don't start with 4th ed. If that's your concern, don't start with 4th ed, because that was the most MMORPG built-driven system that I had seen.
Could be. It could be played that way. Again, I am still a stickler on you can use any system any way you like. If you are in a gaming group who is roleplay centric and you play 4th edition, your 4th edition game will be roleplay centric. Just because that's how you guys play. If you are a group of players who want to play action RPGs and you play Diablo and you like your builds and you like getting your best gear and you like stomping some dungeons and you get in a group that wants to do dungeon crawls, you're going to be doing dungeon crawls. If you don't like dungeon crawls, you're going to have a bad time. You got to find a good table for your play style. That's really what
and
it
then
comes
there's
down to.
4th E, where it tells you you're a tank or a striker or a support class. It was built to get MMORPG players into D&D.
Well, but
I mean,
this is a point of contention that is, I think, kind of silly. But all it did was say, hey, you know those classes that do these things like prevent damage, have high armor class, and support your other friends? Yeah, you know how they all existed and they kind of did that anyway? Well, now we're just saying that, yeah, they are part of the same package. They all fill this kind of role called a tank. You know how they got those guys who can cast magic and solve problems? Those guys are controllers. Like, you got the guy who can give buffs to group members? They're a support. Like, the word doesn't matter. It's the same whether that word existed or not. Just, I think because it got drawn attention to, people lost their shit over it. Like,
well, you know, when your mage's AoE spell does 35 damage to one and does 4 damage to everything else in the radius, so you can clear a specific kind of mob called a minion that only has 1 hit point, because that's your job. That's when you're in an MMO and you're the guy on crowd control.
Yeah,
that's how the system was built, very much the same way that World of Warcraft dungeons work. Like, it was just kind of built for that. Like, that's the first thing I thought when I picked that thing up and looked at it. I was like, this thing's built like an MMO. So
it did have some of that, but I don't know.
If that's your concern, there's other additions that will break away from that more so than 4th E will.
So Joker's saying that they ran a game, steampunk fantasy game, Victorian era, set in my country during that era, and I'm exploring Legend of the 5 Rings because I hate myself. Legend of the 5 Rings seems really fascinating to me. I think it's got a really robust social intrigue system, from what I understand.
I'm not familiar with it.
It's, from what I think it's cool. Like, we've never played it. It's Legend of the 5 Rings is, as far as I understand, it's like samurai stuff, right? Like, predominantly, or Joker.
I think I saw a book, but I didn't flip through it. So I think I saw a book at the game store last time it was open, and I was there, and I did not flip through it. So maybe next time I'm there, I'll flip through that book just to get more of a taste of what's in there.
I think it would be an incredible role-play centric game. Fantasy art samurai. Yeah, it has like all kinds of interesting systems at play in there that I don't know well enough to tell you about right now. But I did a cursory look over it one time, and I thought this would be a great game that we'll never play. And yes, Leviathan, yeah, you definitely lost your shit about 4th edition, but you also lost your shit about any edition that's changed. So when we went to Pathfinder, you hated it, and then you didn't want to move away from it. And then when we talked about wanting to try 5e, you were adamantly against that. You don't like change, so I don't think it mattered what the change was. There was a bandwagon and change. You hated it, so it was.
There was a point when Levi was against 5e.
He was. We argued. Yeah, Clint and I had to convince him to let us play 5e, and now Clint and I hate 5e. Yeah.
I don't hate. I love new systems. Like, I don't mind trying out a new system at
I
all.
like trying new things when something is novel or something has gotten stale. Like, for me, I think at the point we were at, Pathfinder 1, we had played to death for like 20 years.
10 years.
And
yeah, like easily 10 years. Yeah.
it was a long time. It was enough time where I had done pretty much anything that I could think of. And I had seen behind the curtain too much, to the point where there was nothing interesting in the mechanics of the game any longer. I was ready for a change. And 5th edition was a new grass. But man, is it shallow.
What it lacks in depth, it makes
up for it is just the sameness.
It's a very, very large field full of the same flowers, but the flowers are pretty.
Sometimes, if you look at them from the right angle, they look pretty. Otherwise, they just look like a stick. Let's see. Yeah. Not 4E is probably not for everyone. Obviously, people hate it, but people hated 3rd edition. They absolutely despised it when it came out. There's some people that still play original. Won't even touch advanced Dungeons and Dragons. They got to go with the old original school. So you're gonna find people like what they like, and that's cool. If you like what you like, kick ass with it. If you like Fate, I feel like my experiences with Fate would probably not be a good one, but if you love Fate, run it, play it, enjoy it, find a group that loves that, and tell great stories. Let's see, Joker, what are you saying here?
Yeah, I played in a group that only played 1E. It was interesting. I rolled in and I played a magic user, dual class cleric. So as humans, I did dual class. It was really weird. I never dual class before.
So
People
Joker's talking.
5e have no clue what dual class even means. They're so confused right now. But
Oh
dual
yeah,
class
yeah,
was
yeah.
a whole separate thing.
If you're all human.
Humans couldn't do more than one thing at a time, so you had to give up your life of clericing and become a magic user. So you were a magic user, and all your clericing days were left behind you.
Yeah. So Joker's talking about Legend of the Five Rings again. They're saying that it's very lore heavy, and that lore is pertinent to how you play the game. And it's also a kind of a potentially one-hit kill game. So it sounds very much like original World of Darkness, where the game was very robust, very thick with plot, meta plot, as what they called it. And knowing that really made it super immersive, but also could be limiting in your storytelling.
Well, Joker runs a lot of World of Darkness, so I think he gravitates towards like those kind of style of games already. Anyway. So.
Yeah, so I mean that next question you got there, in a lore-heavy game, how do you handle it? You want to go with start there? It sounded like you had something.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about a lore-heavy system. Let's talk a little bit about Star Wars.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how you handle lore-heavy systems. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. I don't want to be boxed in by your lore. There's a reason we run homebrew settings, is so we don't have to deal with the lore. Having said that, I love me some Star Wars. But the beautiful thing about Star Wars is it's a big galaxy. So you can pick a planet that doesn't exist in Star Wars. You can make a planet and homebrew a whole world, and you can homebrew a whole corner of a galaxy. And no one can technically tell you you're wrong. And that's the beauty of not dealing with lore. Now, problem is you get into, if you decide you're going to run your like Star Wars game or Star Trek, and you start bumping into known time frames and time space, you get back into what we were talking about a bit earlier in the episode, even in our own homebrew world. Like now you're brushing with canon, and that's dangerous, like in my opinion.
Well, I think some of it too is when you get a player who's really attracted to these games that are very narrative and very lore heavy, so like Star Wars, Star Trek, original Vampire the Masquerade, those kinds of things had hundreds of books, they had really intricate NPCs, they had organizations, all this stuff. People get really into it and they learn about it and they obsess about it. And they get fan theories about what could be happening and all this stuff. So they want to experience that when they get in the game. Like, you could tell great stories in Star Wars, but when somebody comes to the table to play Star Wars, what they're telling you is, I want to play a Jedi that looks like Luke Skywalker and runs around fighting Darth Vader, right? Like,
right.
And that makes a shitty game for players like me and probably players like Dustin, because it doesn't give you any room to really be creative, like you said, or to take actions that have big ramifications. Like you can have your local story. Like I think you could do really good like Mandalorian style stories, right? Like
yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like you can create a cool game like what Mandalorian would be, is because you're not bumping into any characters of any noteworthy name there. You're dealing with a little pocket corner somewhere that no one can technically tell you doesn't exist. I think that he asked a good question of the Death Angel Shadow did. Said, what about a lore heavy player? And I actually had I had this happen in a Star Wars game. and he hasn't been around in a while. Hopefully, we see him come back by sometime soon, or if he is,
one
maybe
crit.
Speak up. I'm going to talk about Boffrin for a minute.
Okay. There we go.
Chuck, Defenders of Kobold, one of my Zweihander players, ran him and Matt Jowett, who's from Zweihander RPG also. They were alternating running a Fantasy Flight game Star Wars campaign. We all made characters for, and they were going to take turns GMing sessions so they could each play. And Chuck, Matt ran the first session, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. And I was playing a droid named INB4U.
Yep.
That was my designation. And I had my whole little stick as a droid that I was doing. But Boffrin is like a super techie Star Wars fan. Like I know my lore, but like he knows like the technical aspects of like all the stuff, and he knows like what the actual protocols are for the Empire and this, that, the other, way beyond what the storytellers did.
Well, it's way more than what the movies ever talked about. So.
Yeah, but they were in books and everything else, and he's like, he knows, he will forget more about Star Wars than I will know, and I'm a Star Wars fan. So like, it was interesting because like he was able to use that logic to like deduct some things and ask questions of the GM that I don't think Chuck or Matt would have known the answer to. So, but Boffrin's a good player, so he was able to explain to them the difference and then ask them which one it was. So he didn't just ask a question to be like, "I gotcha," but he could have. But instead, he was like, "Well, because if it's this, it'll be that. If they're doing this, it's because of this." So his lore added to the game because of his knowledge, because of the way as a player he presented it. But it could very easily go the other direction, where it's well, that can't be true because X, Y, and Z is this. Like, so it depends on how your players are using their lore.
Yeah, I mean, because it comes down to the same issue with historical reenactments, right? Like, if you've got a group of people who the accuracy is paramount, that's going to be really important to them. And if you start fudging things, or if you don't know the answer and you're just winging it in a way that could be really fun, it's not going to work for them. They're not going to have a good time. Because somebody who is super lore heavy presumably is coming into it because they want to be immersed, right? They want to feel like I'm in this world that feels real to them. And then as soon as they bump into a storyteller that doesn't have the capability to keep that illusion up, it falls apart on them. So that's a really challenging thing to deal with as a storyteller. If you're not super lore strong, you need to probably have a discussion with that player and say, look, like, here's the limitations. I would like to do this, but I'm not going to be able to do it at the scale that you're looking for. So when we play this, either dial back your expectations or I'll try my best,
And this got to be frustrating for the lore-heavy player, too, because they want to have that lore, but no one knows the lore as well as they do, so the only way they can get it is if they run that game, but then they don't get to play in it. So.
Exactly. Yeah, that was real tough. And yes, Air Laser, when they changed the name of sci-fi to Skiffy, I can't remember who the person was that took over and just decided that they didn't like sci-fi, so they needed to turn it into a bunch of campy, stupid nonsense.
I think it's one of the reasons why I always have problems playing in a Star Trek game, is that I don't understand the lore well enough to feel like I can contribute character-wise to it. So, like, that's always been a hurdle of mine, because I watched some Star Trek, but I never watched enough to, like, and on a technical aspect, like, I don't know the names of all the gadgets and even playing my droid in Star Wars, like...
There's no such thing as that. It's technobabble.
You know the little thing that just like pops out and goes in there and then it spins around that they use to like talk to ships? We didn't even know what to refer to, so we just called it my dangle. So we just put my dangle in the port, and we kind of made off-purpose jokes about stuff like that, the whole time I was droiding things up. So,
it's interesting. Joker's saying that they ran a Star Trek game without ever watching the show for a group of lore-heavy fans. How in the world? I mean,
if you just run it as a space opera, then I guess you don't need everything. Like,
but is it? It's at that point, it's just space game, right? It's not Star Trek.
It's pulp culture enough, though, that you can steal a few words here and there. Like, you don't have to see an episode to know, like, that Klingons are I think it's hit enough pop culture that you can like. That's my problem is I only know the pop culture. So when I play with people who know it, like I just feel like I can't contribute.
Ran like a space opera, and it happened when I was a little. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was an interesting era there, Obscura. I think it's because of the Cold War, really. I mean, you had all these really tense moments that were being reflected in pop culture, right? So you had Star Trek being a pretty strong one that directly lined up with the Cold War, with a hope of a better outcome kind of scenario. And I think a lot of the other ones like Battlestar Galactica and some of these other sci-fis that came along were doing similar things. We had a very, I don't know, almost like an obsession, I guess, with military and hierarchies and, that us and them kind of stuff at the time.
I've always kind of felt like there were philosophical differences between the space operas.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's really what changes those games. Like, you could use the same system for Star Wars and run Star Trek and vice versa to a degree. With the exception of the Force. The Force gets a little wanky, but short of that, like, you could probably use the same system to run Battlestar Galactica and Star Trek, for instance.
You mean like dice systems?
Dice systems, yes.
Yeah, okay,
I'm just saying, with the dice systems, you could probably run it through both.
You can run anything with that, yeah.
I think the biggest difference between them is a little more in the feel of the game. Like Battlestar Galactica, you have to have that level of paranoia about the Cylons. That paranoia is what drives everything in Battlestar Galactica. Not knowing who is a Cylon, not knowing what the Cylons are doing, the constant threat of the Cylons. Like, you have to have that intensity there. Star Trek is supposed to be, if you're ignoring some of the newer movies, about philosophy and exploration.
Mm-hmm.
So you're on a journey. It's built almost more D&D style. You don't think of it that way, but you're doing a lot of quote-unquote overland travel, and then a lot of beaming down to the planet for a quick dungeon crawl or a quick interaction with something. Like, that's how Star Trek should play.
There were some long arcs that were at play. If you talk about like the Borg, you talk about Q and some of these other things. But yeah, you're right. I think Star Trek was more standard science fiction, where it was about, this is a vehicle to carry philosophy and to discuss things that are maybe not okay to discuss in politics right now. So, like, let's talk about interracial marriage. Let's talk about, civil rights during the 60s. Let's talk about, some of these other issues that were going on with, like, unifying a planet around during a time of Cold War. These sorts of concepts, I think, is what it's about. Whereas something like Firefly or Star Wars is more about just action adventure in space. Like, it happens to be sci-fi technically because it's in the future and it's fiction, but
you can
they're not
tell,
the same.
You can tell the difference based on how much time is actually spent in space.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
I'm just saying. You watch a Star Wars movie. How much of it takes place in space? Very little of it. Very little of it. Almost all of it takes place planet side. You watch a Star Trek movie, they rarely leave the ship. Like, they'll beam down, like I said, every now and then for something, but a lot of it is drama on the ship.
Yeah,
which in a way is hard to play because it's mostly people sitting at desks.
That is the big problem I have with Star Trek as a game. I don't know how that works. I mean, if you're a diehard fan, maybe you could find some enjoyment in it. But I think that there are some structural issues that do not exist in a storytelling medium of TV that do in a game. Like, it's a hierarchical game. There are ranks. You will be in charge of potentially other people, or people will be telling you what to do, and you have to obey. That doesn't work well for games, let's see. We've got actually a wizard question.
It works well for Star Wars because while there's a hierarchy, you're basically bands of rebels that are really good about telling the people in the hierarchy positions to go screw themselves, and you're going to go do what you want to do anyway. Like, that is like at the core of what Star Wars is a lot of times. Like, your Han Solo's being like, "Sorry, princess, we ain't doing this," and buggering off to go do your own thing. Like,
true. Joker has redeemed a question here. So basically to tell us that the way they do it in the Star Trek RPG is they force you to play two characters, a deck crew and a red shirt that goes off down the player and dies.
That's an interesting fix to the problem. Until your red shirt dies. Right? That's what they're supposed to do, right?
And yeah, you're right, Joker. The Star Wars RPG problem is all Jedi or no Jedi. That is 100% how it's got to be played. Because if you look at the lore of Star Wars, like how many Jedi are there supposed to be? So few that people don't even know if they exist, right? But in the movies, they're every single character you run into.
Unless you're playing the Old Republic, then everyone can be a Jedi all the time. So really your choices are, do you want to play in the current time where you can't be a Jedi because all of them have proper names that everyone knows? Or are you going to play back when everyone was a Jedi and there were countless who nobody knew? And that's your choice.
Star Wars games are always really weird to me, though, because like if you go into a game of Star Wars and you look at it and you go, man, what is the cool thing to be? It's a Jedi, space wizard with a sword, like that can beat people. Like, why wouldn't you want to be a freaking Jedi? But then you get the video games and they make all the other classes cool, and you're like, oh, fine,
Well, all you had to know is that the video game that did Star Wars the best was Star Wars Galaxies, and you couldn't be a Jedi until you played something else to the point that you unlocked Jedi, because that was the only way to keep everyone from immediately being a Jedi.
Well, okay, sure. Everyone wanted to either be Jedi or Boba Fett. Sure, I'd give you that. Well, Scoundrel is a fun personality, that's for sure. But honestly, if you were stacked up and if somebody handed you in real life your class changes to one of these two options, Scoundrel, just a dude who flies around a ship and talks, sometimes gets away with things, or Space Wizard. You're going to pick Space Wizard 100% of the time and then maybe still talk like a smuggler. Like, you could still do that. But now you have a lightsaber and force powers. Like, I'm sorry. Space Wizard wins.
It's a hard thing to walk away from.
I do like me some Scoundrels, so don't get me wrong. In a storytelling aspect, that is definitely the right choice. But yeah, I don't know how we ended up on this topic of all things.
I don't remember how either, but we got here nonetheless. So
that was a good interaction.
I think it's because we were talking about lore-heavy systems, and I brought
lore heavy. You said Star Wars, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean that is an interesting problem though, because I mean you get some DMs in Dungeons and Dragons who really go to the nine of writing dense lore, and it can make for some pretty amazing games if your players can get enough of that digested and internalized. But it creates a lot of work for everyone.
I mean, I think it would be. The more you have to take into account with everything you're doing in a game, it would be good exhausting. That's why we homebrew around here, because we don't want that level of exhaustion.
Yeah, I don't want to run into somebody else's story.
Like I'm, and that's the funny thing. What I'm doing with Horror and Huttenberg, I'm actually delving into their lore mildly, but their lore isn't actually defined. So they've created things without really defining them, which gives me the flexibility to then define them. And then
you're basically seeing Vampire the Requiem style storytelling then, where they're like, here's something that could be a topic.
Nope. Like let's just say, like I said, imagine that if my Horror and Huttenberg game was a D&D game, it would be like me saying, hey, you're going to hang out with Volo, and you're going to hang out with what's the guy to everything? Xanathar.
Yeah, Xanathar, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it'd be like, hey, you're going to hang out with Xanathar and Volo, and you'd be like, well, who are those guys? Well, they never tell you who those guys are, right? Well, they do. I mean, if you read the D&D lore, you know who those people are.
Yeah.
But they were just names that were associated to things. Mordecai. Okay. He's got a faithful hound. Right, whatever. Gotcha. So imagine you were in the story where you found out about Mordecai and his faithful hound. That's essentially what I'm doing to you. So,
shout out to Gary Gygax.
Yes. But nonetheless, that's essentially what I'm doing to you, because Zweihander took the time to put people's names onto things, but never told you who the people were.
Fair. So keep the home crowd entertained for just a moment. I'll be right back.
This is that Jeff's gone over his bathroom break time.
It's been an hour and 25 minutes longer than normal. I'll be right back.
It is true. We are marathoning it tonight for some reason. Probably because we've been up really late this last few weeks, last few days, actually playing 7 Days to Die a lot. So if you're hanging out, I've been streaming it a lot through Discord. So if you're in our Discord, you will find me streaming 7 Days to Die live on our new server, which is the new patch, A19, Alpha 19. It's a good time. In the meantime, I'll answer a question here from Obscurelec. It says, would it be possible to run a Star Wars game as Jedi in modern setting, but you'd have to run it as a Rifts game with ancient knowledge, like books is forbidden, rather comic book forbidden contrabands? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be possible to do that. I think kind of that's what you'd have to kind of do at some point. Yeah, I think you could do that. It is Star Wars, like I said, gets rough just because of the Jedi problem of what do you do with Jedi? You know, it's in one system, like there's a Star Wars Roll20 version of Star Wars, the D20 system, and it completely makes lightsabers seem pointless. Like, they do damage, but like they're not doing any more damage than anything else. So like you're not hacking off limbs like you think a lightsaber ought to. So you're just, you're just walking around like it's a +1 sword, basically, just hacking at things. So the system with Star Wars is rough because you either put Jedi into a box where they're not special, or you put Jedi out of the box and they become so special that anyone else around them seems dull. I think going back to what I was talking about with a question that came in earlier about how do you make somebody who's a little full of themselves back down, I think Jedi is kind of the same thing. If you want to make a Jedi seem like it's not all powerful, put him in situations where his powers are mostly not the answer. Like, that's really what they did with Luke Skywalker, if you think about it. Like, Luke Skywalker spent a fair amount of his time saving the day in a fighter jet more often than he did with a lightsaber. So, like, you can put Jedi in the same realm as the other characters by putting them, like, he was on a gun shooting from the Millennium Falcon through a lot of the conflicts. Like, so you can put them into those kind of roles and they still work. But yeah, the moment you take everyone out of that and put them in any other situation, and it's lightsabers out, there's fighting going on, and the scoundrels are just hiding in the corner the whole time, which is what happens in the movie. Like, they're hiding in the corner, probably trying to get a door open or something. Like, that's the extent of their action for that sequence. So it's a rough one.
Yeah.
And Jeff, who is the fastest bathroom user this side of the Mississippi.
I do things efficiently, is all I'm saying. I don't dilly-dally. This isn't a negotiation in there. I know the rules. I have action points. I spend them. That's what happens.
We're gonna pull back the curtain. Jeff streams from his bathroom. The toilet's literally just off camera.
I just mute my mic and turn the camera around.
That's right.
Let's see. Oh, there's a big comment about. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, we've been talking though a lot about just campaign creation though, and like kind of narratives and building your structure of your formatting your game and all that. And like Star Wars is kind of an example where they have this huge universe where things happen, but really the story is really very small when you get down to the elements of it. It's at the local level. And I think that's the thing that's really important when you're building a game. Even though some of the elements I'm putting together are at the macro scale, like the big elements, I think when it comes down to it, everything is about what happens at the local level. And if you're not doing that part well, the game won't work. Doesn't matter how cool your lore is,
I think the only way to run a Star Wars game is to run it like it's the Clone Wars animated series.
I need to watch that, I guess.
Well, okay, so essentially, the war is going on. You have Jedi and non-Jedi, and kind of in a Star Trek way, like every episode was going, or every like sometimes 2-episode series or 3-episode arc was going to a new planet that there was a struggle between the Separatists and the Republic to sway the locals to join their side. So like every episode was they land, learn about local conflict, try to beat the other people to the punch, and get them to join the cause. And by solving local problem, they decide to join your side and not the other side. And if you screwed up local problem, they join the other side. Like that's how you run a Star Wars campaign. You plan a hop and get them to join your side, or you mess it up, and it wasn't always a combat situation. Like sometimes you get there and the problem is just like some ecological problem you have to clean up or something. But it was like whoever could do it the best, that's the side they were going to join. Like so it gave you a lot of different avenues that weren't like combat Jedi powers or the answer sort of deal.
Yeah, that's interesting there as well. This so just so Joker knows, yeah, I saw that comment. You're talking about Legend of the Five Rings being dictated by the outcomes of the card game tournament, because it was based off of, well, it's based off of a card game. The tabletop role-playing game is derived from it.
That's just bonkers, though.
Yeah, if you sign up for that, that's great. But nothing forces you to do that.
Sure. Just bonkers.
I always like those things where it's opt-in. Like, here is more information and more content that you could use if you so chose. I don't like the here's no information. That's more creativity, right? Less things. Okay.
Just more room for my creativity and less of someone else's. That's all.
Still be as creative as you were otherwise.
That's exactly what I want.
Let's see. So Obscuria is talking about the major differences between Wars and Trek as a broad political commentary versus singular hero story, to put the Joseph Campbell spin on it. Yeah, I mean, Star Wars is clearly the quintessential Joseph Campbell hero story. No doubt about that. I think, yeah, you're right. There is a difference between culture and individuals, or like societies and individuals. I think both are very fascinating and important. I think in a gameplay aspect, I think the hero story is the story that works, whereas I think the other one is much harder to pull off. In a book or a show, however, I think that the Star Trek kind of style of the broad society is generally more interesting, to me anyway.
I think the hero story typically works more because it's easier for audience to identify with a single person than to try to identify with an entire culture.
Yeah.
So I think it's seeing the world through the eyes of a person typically is an easier pathway for people. So.
Well, it's also a different format, right? So, like, we're spending a lot of time on Star Wars and Star Trek here tonight, but
who knew?
I would have never guessed this was going to come up. But I think Star Wars worked because it was short. You know, like, you have a couple movies that are ultimately only a couple hours long, you know, in total content. And you have a lot of, like, there is stuff over there. And that's kind of how games work, right? You have short amount of game time and a lot of calling out things that are kind of in the periphery that players can fill in and say, okay, there's more going on here. Whereas Star Trek spanned decades of weekly content, books, movies, everything else. And so it's a world that is just way deeper, has more stuff going on in it. So it works better in that format. But like, I don't think a Star Trek game would work, at least not for me as a player.
Well, our friends over at Q Times run one on Mondays. And
they do.
433 people today disagreed with you, Jeff, who were watching it. So apparently it can work. I need to watch more of it and see how they're doing it. But it can
I mean, I clearly it works for some people. I just simply said it would not work for me. Like, I don't know how it would be done well. It would be very difficult, I think.
I have the same problems when I think about video games. Like, we're waiting for Star Citizen to come out. And, like, we have ships that require, like, 75 people to run a ship. And some of those people, their job has to stand there at the little thing and, like, play a little mini game. Like, I got the ship screens going. Like, I can't do it. They're like, okay, what do you want to do when this game comes out? And I'm like, I bought a fighter jet. It's a single cockpit. I fly around it and I shoot things. Like, that's me. So... I don't know if I could.
There's some talk about Dune as well. Man, that's another interesting
Man.
one. So Dune, like, again, I could see the appeal to wanting to play in that universe because it's so robust, right? There's a lot going on to it. There's a lot of good storytelling there. But again, I think it has the exact same problems that these other ones do, in that they were books first, and a movie, I guess, before they were a game. And whereas with D&D, it's basically like a game that now has lots of books. Or, yeah, sure, it was built on some source material that was technically a book first. But the experience of Dungeons & Dragons is a game first and foremost. And so it works under that premise and is structured in that way.
You can make an argument that somebody was wise enough at D&D at some point during its thing to realize that they didn't have a world, they had a lot of different worlds. And so there's a lot of different lores, and those lores don't have to interact with each other. So you're able to function that way. You can have your Ravenloft, you can have your Greyhawk, you can have your Forgotten Realms, and they can all be story and lore wise different.
Well, you had a lot of
Maybe
different writers.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying though. But I'm just saying, like, they didn't try to cram that in. They didn't like decide that some new wing of Greyhawk opened up and that's where Ravenloft is. Like, they were smart enough to realize like they wanted to put a horror style thing in there, so they just crammed it into its own universe and then filled it in with the Spelljammer. Yeah, exactly. They filled it in with that at the end and said, here's how you can get from all the different places if you really want to. And then, but they don't really bump into each other the same. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, things are just cobbled together over time, I guess. It's
Right.
wild world.
So
out there.
Spelljammer was how you link them, but they were, like I said, they were smart enough to realize that they filled in everything else with wonky other realms and made it hard so that those worlds could still be their own special little spheres of influence. They didn't bump into each other that much.
So one of the things that keeps coming up here with all this, though, is how much time do you feel is a good amount of time to spend on building your world and your universe, knowing that your players are probably not going to experience 90% of what you write?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I always focus on what's over the next hill.
Okay.
And rarely do I go much further than that.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I know my campaign's going over the next two hills. I might plot 2 hills ahead. If you look at my Zweihander campaigns, there's literally like 3 cities on a map and a line of mountains, and I decided what was at the top of those mountains because that's the direction the party was going to head in Terra and Treefell, just in case they wandered up it. And
Spoiler alert, it's Santa Claus.
He's not wrong. But he's actually not wrong. But nonetheless, that's all. Like, you asked me what's on the other side of that? Well, I don't know. It wasn't important. They weren't ever going to go there, so it didn't matter.
Do you feel like there's enough of it that kind of impacts the cultures or the NPCs that they are going to interact with? So, like, say, for instance, in on our world, and knowing that World War II was a thing influences how French and German life is. Is that important minutia to the fact that you're just happen to be in a world where you're in a German town?
Well, I guess the real question is, how far removed are you from things? For my Zweihander campaign, I timelined it 60 years after a war with the orcs, which the orcs in Zweihander are not truly an ancestry. They're a disease.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept.
So they technically are an ancestry because they have an ancestry table. When you become one, you roll on it instead of your current one. So it switches, but it's a disease. You contract it. So it's almost more like fighting a zombie horde than it is fighting an actual ancestry in the way you think of an ancestry. So they do have the ability to reproduce with themselves because they're still technically human to a degree. But nonetheless, it's only 60 years later. So there was a lot of things that dealt with the Orcs Wars that bled into the whole area. Except for the people who lived at the top of that mountain, because they were secluded from it all. It didn't matter to them. So it affected nothing if you actually wander up the mountain and meet the elves and Santa Claus. Like, it didn't matter to them. They weren't involved in all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it matters to a degree sometimes, but it depends on how far you are removed. Walking into Germany today is not the same as walking into Germany in the 50s or the 60s.
Right. Well, and I think it's interesting because, like, I don't believe that you should detail everything, right? Because I think that's just a lot of wasted effort. And actually, I think it kind of ties your hands a little bit more than you should have them tied in a DMing position, basically. But I do think it's important in that it can inject elements of motivation and connect otherwise disparate parts of your stories and give players things to explore. Like, now, you know me, I like to do a lot of improv in my games.
Yeah.
But I do like there to be a framework. And so that's what I'm working on right now is I'm coming up with some like big pillars that are out there. Here's some major events that need to have happened to set up the kind of the world that I need to be here. This is the kind of story I want, so these things have to be there a little bit. Here's the explanation for it. Here's how the players can know what happened there. Here's why it matters. But I don't necessarily need this dude ate this type of sandwich on the third day of, whatever.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I used to build my worlds that way too, where the first thing I would do, and if you're doing this, I don't advise it, but I used to do it, so I can't be mad at you if you do this. But the first thing I used to do when I build a game world is I'd draw like 5 continents. And I'd decide where mountain ranges were. And then I'd decide where major cities were. And then I'd decide like what races lived there and what languages they spoke. And then I would decide what gods they worshipped. And then I'd decide which ones of those had wars going on and who hated who and why they hated who. And I'd do all that. And eventually I'd whittle my way down to like, here's the city where the player characters are going to be. I didn't spend near enough time on that city where the player
right. I think we all do that. Like, I think every person I've ever talked to.
You guys ran an entire year-plus campaign where you went from that city to this other city, fought in a war, finally got on a boat, and did make it to a second continent finally, of which you explored one tiny corner of before the game session, before the campaign came to like an end. And 99% of the rest of my work nobody ever saw.
Yeah.
And that's when I kind of realized, like, I didn't need to do that much work, but I should have spent more time, and it would have been a better game and a better campaign if I had spent more time thinking about the society and culture of the 5 places you were going to go.
Yeah, and I think that's the tricky part, is I think before you become experienced as a DM, not saying that we're grandmaster level of DM or anything, but before you get to that point, your example of how to write a story is television, movies, books. And the way they do that in those is they flesh out tons of details. Like, it seems like that's the types of worlds that we get involved with as consumers. And I think that's why everyone defaults to that.
I think that a lot of those quote-unquote worlds, like, if you think about, like, the Lord of the Rings... Like, they'll make offhanded mention at things, or this, that, the other, but it really isn't important to your knowledge of the story. It's just a fact that's stated. You just accept it because it's stated by a character, and no one seems to disagree with them. So you can do that in your games. You can do that in your game world. For instance, in A Bitter Harvest, there's one NPC that is a sellsword, and it says that he fought in a war. It doesn't tell you which war or where. He did a tour of duty in this war. So, okay, cool. That explains his sellswordness quite a bit. Well, I can tell you what the name of the war is because I made it up on the spot. You can't tell me I'm wrong because you don't know the lore. And I feel like that's what happened a lot with like Lord of the Rings. What happened was at some points people started adding more and more to that lore, and Tolkien himself did the same thing for years after he was done. He just kept writing and writing. Well, then we can consume it all in one sitting. We can sit down and read all of his books and get all the lore, and then we go back and we read everything and put it all together, and we're like, oh, look how in-depth this lore was. But it wasn't that way when he told the stories initially. All that got added in after the fact.
Well, kind of. You got to remember, though, that Tolkien wrote an entire book about languages.
Right, no, that's what I'm saying.
So, I mean, that stuff is there.
But they told those stories, they told it as a writer's group. They showed up every once in a while, C.S. Lewis and them. They'd show up and they would tell the next section of their story. But, the book on languages and stuff came way later.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's an approach that is being discussed in our chat right now. It's probably the better approach is the iterative design, where you come up with your idea and the core, like wherever the players are, you figure out the one ring out, like you're describing over the hill. Why is this the way it is? What are the main levers that are here? And then as they explore that, or why is that the way it is? Okay, well, it has to be this other thing here, And what we've discussed in previous episodes is when you're dealing with a player group, a focus on what they're doing, who they're dealing with, and what is occurring as a result is way more vital than the global picture. Because your players are going to tell you what they're interested in, what they dislike. They're going to be motivated by things that they're inspired by, not by the things you're inspired by. And I don't know, you could spend all day trying to cram a situation in front of them and make them eat a meal that they don't want to have. Or you can just give them the shit that they want to eat, It's a lot of work that you can waste by taking other approaches, I think.
We got a question here coming in for Joker. It says, I was thinking of the Dork Tower I Kill Gandalf scenario. How do you deal with How do you deal with players that break your game's lore plans? Well, the real cop-out answer is that my plans and my lore are based on my player characters. So
yeah,
you can't
improv.
Really screw it up.
Yeah, if your story can't survive your players, then it's not a story that should be told in a game format.
Yeah, and that goes to your player character's understanding of the lore. Vampire and werewolf. Okay, for all the great things we had to say about werewolf and vampire had problems when player characters who didn't understand werewolf and vampire decided to play werewolf and vampire. It's, and we get this at LARP all the time. Yeah. Those systems are great when everybody is invested and understands the lore. If you have people who don't understand the lore, they're probably going to break your game if your game is heavily based on that lore, because they're not going to know any better.
Hey, Gangres, what are you drinking over there, buddy? May already taken off, but yeah, it's an interesting question. I think you never want a story that is so just stuck on one NPC doing everything, because we played enough games. We know crits happen.
Right.
You can't have a scene that hinges on one person makes it all the way to the end. There's always an understudy. There's always a organization at play. There's something that you can carry on your plot with, or ultimately you change your plot. Okay, the players dealt with that shit. Now what happens? Okay, I'll write something different. Because at the end of the day, you made up the first bit. Why can't you make up the next?
Right. Unless you didn't make it up. And that's the problem with lore-heavy systems. Odds are good you didn't make up the lore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, from a homebrewer's perspective, I have problems dealing with those systems. Like, even Star Wars, which I love and I know the most about. I don't run Star Wars for a reason.
Yeah, right there with you.
Because by the time I'm done with it, it's either not recognizable as Star Wars and you don't feel like you're in the Star Wars universe, or, it's bumping up the things so closely that you're not going to like the outcome.
Yeah, I really liked Dragonlance. I loved reading the books, but I didn't want to play it.
I did that to Butler. Our friend Butler ran Dragonlance as a campaign, and because I had never read any of the novels and books, I was Raceland. I didn't know it, and I ruined it because I didn't do what Raceland did.
Yep.
I didn't know. I didn't know I was ruining it, but I did. I ruined it.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are the mistakes you make as a kid, right? Like, you notice we don't do this. I mean, we still make lots of mistakes, but we don't make the same types of mistakes that are easy pitfalls that we did as kids. And that's one of them I think most gamers go through, the emulation of a thing or trying to play through one. What is the question?
Yeah, she doesn't know who Raceland is, there, Laser. It's okay. You don't need to know who Raceland is. It's all right.
Yeah, Raceland's the main character in the Dragonlance series. He's an evil wizard that is brother to another character, and lots of interesting power dynamics at play and stuff.
He becomes a god. And
yeah. Very, very integral character to the entire story and melodrama of Dragonlance. And Dustin apparently was to personify him even without knowing who he was.
Hey, I was an elven wizard. He gave me the gold skin and the hourglass eyes and the hair. Like, I mean, I was down to a T exactly who Raceland was supposed to be. I just didn't know what Raceland did, so I screwed it up.
Yeah, Airlaser, if you recall our conversation with Larry Elmore, he did a lot of the artwork for it. So just
Raceland the hair, that's right.
These were the books of my childhood. Gangres, my man, Jameson, Bailey's Irish Cream, and the coffee frozen ice cubes. Oh, man, I'm bummed. All I got is purified drinking water from Kroger.
Look, I'm not saying that I've got some rum, but I'm about out of rum.
Yeah, I don't have anything to drink in the house. I got energy drinks. I'm not tapping those right now. Yeah, now there's some cool stuff out there. I mean, prep for a Monday drinking scenario these days. Well, yeah. In the world of Corona, I think it's wise. I have a little on hand. I probably should get something.
Y'all don't work in healthcare because when you work weekends, you get a lot of Mondays and Tuesdays off. So you always got to be prepared.
Yeah, Joker, I can imagine that the Harry Potter role-playing game is probably put on hold. J.K. Rowling probably screwed the pooch on that one a little bit.
Yeah, probably so. Though there's a lot of people out there who are still like, well, we still love Harry Potter.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting topic of, the artist or the writer or whatever does something or is a horrible person, yet their artwork itself or the writing is great. What do you do with that? I think it's fair to love and appreciate and enjoy the content that these people created. I think where it gets fishy is when it comes down to financial support for a person. That's where it gets wacky.
Yep. And, we see in a lot of that with some people inside the business recently. And a lot of cancel culture going on. Because that's how you get through to the corporate peoples making decisions is by hurting them in the pocketbook. So, I can't poo-poo on that too much, I suppose, because that's what you have to do. To
the way you do it
sometimes.
That's right. It's the appropriate way, as we've been taught over generations. If you want to do it this way. And we do it. Yep. Yeah, that's fascinating though. Let's pretend for a moment, because every conversation has to go this direction, that Hitler's artwork was great, right? Like, it doesn't change anything that he's Hitler, right? If he can draw a flower really well and it looks beautiful, it's a beautiful flower. But yeah, good Joker. That's a good comment right there. The Call of Cthulhu. Yeah, separating the art from the artist. My God, H.P. Lovecraft, huge piece of shit.
Right. Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah. Don't look up his cat's name. There's a lot of, I actually got in a conversation about these kinds of things earlier today, about, topics like we're talking about with, ancestry versus race and that kind of stuff, where there's these kind of evolutions and how, we're kind of observing gameplay elements, right? Like changing the way we use terminology, the way we use pronouns, whatever. And it's interesting, obviously you can't go back and be like, this person's a piece of shit because in their day the culture was different and they were just, more open-minded than the average person, but by our standards now, they're not. That doesn't really work. But that doesn't change the fact that the concepts, the ideas themselves, can be scrutinized and challenged, and should be. Right? Just because it was one way at one point, doesn't mean it needs to be that way now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, on the one hand, it's a lot harder to be understanding or lenient of somebody in 2020 who has those views than to look back at someone in 1920 and understand that this is the world wasn't as connected. It's much easier to turn a blind eye or to believe things that maybe were not factually true. Even in the 80s or before the internet. If all you were getting was your news from Channel 11 News at the end of the night, or from a newspaper, your worldview is being filtered by a very small group of people. Whereas things like social media, we can put so much information out there now about, what's going on in the world. It's harder to be, you're more right to be mad at people who are doing those things in 2020 than you are probably to think about the way that some people maybe had thought who were complete pieces of crap, perhaps by today's standards, and the time frame in which they lived. Now, I don't know if that holds true for everything, but I think it's fair to look at Shakespeare's work and understand that Shakespeare didn't write his works in a vacuum. He wrote them in the culture by which he lived.
And I think it's fine to look at things in the context where they come from. I think what's different in this case is that we are currently expanding on the works of, and that's where it gets different, right? Do you carry over legacy ideas that are problematic just because that's the source material, or do you revise them? I think you revise them, right?
Sure. I think to a degree you do.
It's back in the day, it was illegal to interracial marry. Should we still be doing that? No, of course not. But,
right.
If somebody back in the day was against interracial marriage because that was the law on the day, it's messed up, but it makes sense within the context of the times and the culture that existed. But if they were saying it now, all right, you got to go. So there's a difference.
I mean, I think of it, I don't know, when we're talking about games, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're still talking about a fantasy role-playing game.
Sure.
Okay, let's say we want to tell a story in the 18 whatevers, right? Most fantasy worlds are based somewhat off of medieval Europe. Whether right or wrong, that's where it takes place to a degree.
They can be. They don't have to be.
I know, but a lot of what gets taken away is taken from that time period. When you think of what the towns were built like, when you think of the general structure of how the societies work, a lot of it gets taken from that, whether right or wrong. And you can't I guess what's difficult is if you're telling a time period piece and it's fantasy, so are you gonna say that there couldn't have been female adventurers? Of course not. You're gonna say, if you want to play female, play female. And you're gonna go adventure. You're gonna be treated the same as any other adventurer, even though that was not the case for females who lived in that time period. So I think you have to change those things because it's a fantasy role-playing game.
I think as soon as we can believe that there's a dragon and that's okay, I think we can believe that women could be equal, and I think we can get around the idea of
right,
whatever other nonsense we have, racism or whatever. It doesn't have to be there. I think this is a historical reenactment kind of scenario. If that's what you're doing, historical reenactment, and that's your jam, okay, keep it that way, I guess. But nothing about gaming or gaming worlds or anything requires a male domination or a racist environment, and we certainly shouldn't be glorifying it. But as Joker's talking about, I think it's fine to have Nazis, Confederacy, or whatever in your stories. Obviously, we played World of Darkness games. There's a lot of dark concepts, elements. There are bad things that happen in those worlds. The problem comes when they make those into sympathetic elements or valid choices. Like, you could have been a Nazi and it'd be okay. That's not cool. But if they're the bad guys, yeah, there should be Nazis. Whatever. Like there's Nazis in Indiana Jones. Cool. Shoot them up. Have fun.
Right.
I think where it gets weird is when you get things that are like coded for elements of our society that are ugly concepts. Like there's a lot of talk about like orcs being code for African Americans post-slavery and that kind of stuff. And if that's the case, then there's a lot of problems with the orc representation in gaming, right? Like,
yeah, for sure.
That needs to be changed. So I don't know. It's like stuff like that. I think is what's currently floating around, as far as I understand. Like I haven't really been paying attention to Twitter because I never look at Twitter. But apparently this has been a big thing, kind of blown up and going around.
It's been going around quite a bit. And orcs, as a ancestry or race, have been the ones most commonly thrust into the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
You could make some of the same arguments for hobgoblins. That they're pulled from like Japanese society, like that they come from that sort of.
Some
like
of the artwork looks
China.
that way now. The Japanese kind of armor type.
Yep.
Yeah, it's tricksy.
I mean, it's like you can lean towards stereotypes without meaning to sometimes. You want to do something that's primitive. Well, do you start to make them suddenly look like Native Americans without meaning them to? Are they wearing headdresses, and are they doing things that we culturally are also asking things like the Redskins to quit being the Redskins? Like we're asking them to change away from that, and then what? We're gonna decide that you get to a wilderness area and the first people you run into are wearing like deer skin and like, are you gonna go back to that route in your fantasy world then?
Yeah, I think that's the weird part, is where people try to translate real life into fiction. Because I mean, it's a shortcut, right? Like, it's easy for people to tell a story that has some connection to what they know, and unfortunately, that brings in all the biases and negative stereotypes, and all that kind of stuff. What's going on here? That's a short question that I don't think was finished. Sort of air laser. So what I'm doing with mine is a little bit. I'm skirting a line with it intentionally. I'm not trying to typecast it entirely. What I'm describing is more like Rome and their kind of take on imperialism, and the particular culture of this particular group of hobgoblins is a certain way. So I'm not trying to do this species is genetically violent, or all these guys are chaotic evil. Like, I'm not doing that, which I think is some of what the problem has been lately.
Yeah,
Let's see if I can catch up on the chat here.
It's and Air Laser hit on it exactly. And dwarves always being Scottish is a lean towards that, and she's not wrong. And that's why, again, those are things I'm breaking away from. And like I said, I'm pushing away from that with mine. And my dwarf doesn't speak Russian or Scottish. He happens to sound like Macho Man Randy Savage. But the next dwarf, your dwarf, doesn't have to follow line. I don't have to say, "Hey, Jeff, dwarves talk like Macho Man," so make sure yours is talking like Sean Connery, and it's perfectly cool. Like, nobody can say that we're not dwarves. You know what I mean? Like, I treat them as individuals, and that's kind of the thing. That's the direction that I want to go, and it's one of the reason. Yes, I have a Macho Man Randy Savage dwarf.
Yeah, that's right, Joker.
should watch Horror and Huttenberg. He's one of the main NPCs. But my point is like that is part of the beauty of what. And Daniel D. Fox from Zweihander will tell you it's the exact reason why they do random character generation for Zweihander. Why there's a chart on there where you roll your skin tone, and why there's a chart on there where you do because when you're done, then you have a party that is not whitewashed, most likely. Mm-hmm. You have various skin tones represented, and odds are good you're not applying any other ancestral features to that skin tone.
Right.
You're a dark-skinned, ebony-skinned dwarf. Mm-hmm. If it just left it up to someone playing a dwarf, it would probably have a Caucasian skin tone.
Probably true. Yeah.
If you just left it up to them, they would probably whitewash it to a degree. But this way, you're playing what you get, and it adds to the palette of the world. And if you do that for your NPCs, which I did. Mm-hmm. For all of my NPCs I created, I did the same process. And so my NPCs have various skin tones, but I'm not applying other aspects of those skin tones to those people. So my dwarf is not dark skinned, he's lighter color skin, because that's what I rolled, but he talks like Randy Macho Man Savage.
Yeah. Well, I think it's interesting because like some of the topics in here are talking about Tolkien here, right? And I think it's pretty clear that Tolkien was talking about a alternative, fictionalized take on European history, right? So, like, I think it's pretty clear that it's essentially about World War One. You have certain peoples that are in there. Like, I think there's. I'm trying to think of like who all the stereotypes were supposed to be placed off of. I think dwarves are supposed to be like a mix of like Jewish folks and Scottish people, and then I think like there was like some other ones that were like very typecasted as different cultures around, and so it was like because of that there is room for biases and again these negative things that can flood in, and it gets into some weird territory when it becomes game, right? Like where there are bad guys that you're gonna fight. I mean, there's a reason why when we were kids, on television, the cartoons, they shot at robots and Nazis, right? Like, you can't get that one wrong. Like, it's okay to shoot a Nazi, it's okay to kill a robot, it's okay to kill a vampire.
We're in the year 2020. If movie theaters become a thing again, I guarantee you in the year 2020, before it's over, you'll find yourself a Nazi bad guy in a movie in a theater. Still to this day, mm-hmm. when in doubt, just make him a Nazi and suddenly it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think some of what's being talked about in the chat there. If you look back at the past from the modern view, like if you look to somebody like Abraham Lincoln, right? If you look at him compared to people nowadays, he's a racist. He's a bigot. But if you look in the context of the times where he was around. He was most certainly very far out there in a progressive viewpoint on race. So there is an element that you have to look at it in the context of a changing society. I think Tolkien probably had some racial biases in there that are pretty prevalent that were just part of culture, and unfortunately our current culture now is Hey, Lincoln was a vampire hunter. Yeah, okay, Joker. Right. I saw that movie too. I think where we're running into issues, though, is that we are cleaving to a lore that was conceived in a time that was more ripe with bigotry. And
yeah, absolutely.
And people are wanting to stick with it because there's a nostalgia factor. Like it's always been this way in our games, blah, 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 blah. Elves are supposed to be elves, whatever.
And part of the problem is we keep honoring the artwork that was attached to it.
Yeah.
We keep honoring this idea that, well, this is what hobgoblins wear. This is what they look like. This is their facial hairstyle. This is how they wear their hair. This is their facial structures. We bring those things along with it, and we keep reiterating those things over and over. And then those things after a while you forget where they came from until someone reminds you this is where it came from. And then once you see it, you're like, oh man, you're right, that's where it came from. I never really realized that's where it came from until you pointed it out. But you're absolutely right. Like, I remember, again, not to get back on Star Wars, but like I remember the first time I watched Phantom Menace. The first time I watched Phantom Menace, I did not associate the Trade Federation with being Asian until someone pointed it out to me. I was like, you're right. They're totally talking in an Asian accent, and they're totally like the way that they were put together and everything is totally depicting Asian people. I didn't think of it at the time. Like, it didn't occur to me that's what they had done in that instance. I just didn't see it until someone pointed it out. So
there's a lot of stuff like that. I mean, we don't think of it that way, but I mean, there are certain stories and themes and thoughts and things that we all have biases, like every single one of us, and they play out in the fictions that we write, and we don't see them, like you were saying. Like, we just think of it as just, oh, that's just a concept I came up with or whatever. But I'm sure there will be things that come out in my game that I'm running that if I look back on later on, I'll be like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have done it that way. I didn't realize it was coming across that way. But, right. Those things can happen. I don't think that everyone who makes a mistake is a bad person.
No.
Like, people make mistakes. I just think that there's room to grow. I think there are ways to improve, and hopefully everyone's doing more and more of that as you kind of go. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because we consider ourselves creatives, but even in our attempts to be creative, we're still often confined by what we know and understand.
Thank you for the bits there, Gangraz. 1,000 bits.
Yeah, thank you. That's
appreciate
awesome, it. Thanks for.
Apparently, that was for clashes there.
Oh, for clashes, yes. He got one of his introductions to clashes when I appeared on this season of the Grouch Couches, Drunks and Dragons. I did an episode where I got to play clashes. So I think Gangra stopped in and watched Pathfinder too, so he probably did see some of it too. But I know he for sure was there the night that I was clashes on that show. So
obscure. Okay, that's an interesting topic there. You're asking, does a hypersensitivity to racial aspects muddy works of fiction that are not intentionally stereotyping? I don't know. I think I think there's a difference between some authors and creators that intentionally are writing things. Case in point, H.P. Lovecraft, right? He creates a beings of fishmen that are like stand-ins for racial, elements and xenophobia play. Like, some things are just nakedly wrong, right? I think there are others who screw up and they make decisions without recognizing that they're making the decision. Even they may not even be consciously making a choice, but the works themselves are flawed in a way. I think it's okay if you enjoy that content. I think it's, hey, thank you for the subscription, Gingriz. Much appreciated.
Thank you for the sub also.
I think it's also totally appropriate to go back and look at something as a consumer and say, okay, well, what was their intention? Sure, it wasn't this, but this is what it turned out to be. This is what it expresses. Here's what they're inadvertently saying. Like, a clear-cut example of this would be not in a content creation kind of thing, but I think back to like Dustin and I are like 80s and 90s kids, right? Like, the type of language we use going through school was really inappropriate.
Oh yeah,
like,
super inappropriate.
I think back. South Park does an episode about this, but I think back. We use the word gay as a stand-in for negative, bad, weak, pathetic,
right.
Repugnant, ugly, disgusting, sick, whatever. Any negative word you could think of, the word gay was a stand-in for it. And as a kid, I didn't think of that as being homophobic. I didn't think of it as me being a person who was bigoted. But in actuality, every moment of my life that I was using those words was endorsing that type of thing. And so, at a certain point in your life, you come across it and you realize what you've been doing, and you have a choice to make. Do you go, well, I should never change my language, I didn't mean anything by it? or do you make a change? And I think,
Oh man,
good grief, man! Thank you very much for that.
Kazad's here, Kingfishy's here, Zombie Decoy, and Soulstorm are all
Yeah,
here.
that's a lot of gift subs from Gangris. Thank you very much for that.
Gangres, for also exposing who's lurking.
Yeah, that's also another good point there.
Expose the lurkers by gifting them all subs.
Thank you,
Gangris.
Yeah, there's a lot of edgelord streamers that, like, there are people who want to tell stories, right? Like, I think of American History X. I'm assuming most people have seen this movie. It's an Edward Norton movie about neo-Nazis. He plays a character who's a neo-Nazi that goes to prison, becomes reformed, comes out, understands that he was wrong, and tries to keep his younger brother from going into the same direction he went into. And it's filled with some unbelievably horrible language, some gratuitously violent moments. It's jarring. It's a very disturbing movie. But what makes that movie work isn't that they are using that language. It's how they're using the language and why. It's that they're using it in a way that says, this is wrong, and here's the feeling you should get about that. Right? It'd be a completely different thing if the character was just using that language and that was just a dude in the background just going about his day. And it had no relevance to any kind of, I don't know, it's apparently late enough. I'm blanking on words all of a sudden. I'll just let that one fall off my tongue there. Sorry about that. But it's important to kind of get into these things and understand how to tell a story that includes some difficult elements, and do it respectfully and in a way that is productive, as opposed to just edgy. Like, there's no value in just dropping racist language in a game. Like, even if your setting is supposed to be dark and gritty and nasty and horrible and filled with people who are monsters, you don't need to say it, right? Like, so I don't know. That's a weird place. Let's see. Where's catch up on the chat? There's been a lot in here.
Yeah, they're mostly just talking about some lingo and stuff that's been used over time and how it's their kind of own personal stories that I don't necessarily want to repeat on stream. For the people who are here and reading it, it's fine, but for later broadcasts, I don't want to out people's personal stories. But,
have a good night, Joker.
Yeah, thank you, Joker. So yeah, I mean, we've all been affected by language, and some of us because language is used on us, and others because we use language and then later found out how horrific some of the things we were saying were. I know I'm definitely in the latter part of that camp. So, you know, I think that when it comes to these kinds of things, when you're putting this sort of stuff into your game worlds, you just have to know, like, that this stuff is going to affect people. And I think some of the stories we're seeing even here in the chat from our viewers here at the moment, like, if it's going to have that kind of impact on people, then what are you doing with it? You have to be very conscious of what you're doing with it, and you have to be very conscious of what you're doing to marginalize people if you portray them in various other ways. Like, you gotta be careful about how you handle those things, and that's why for me, again, going back to how I'm handling Huttenberg for Horror and Huttenberg, they're all just individuals. They're all going to dress mostly the same. They're all living in the same city. They're all, you know, I'm just avoiding all that problems by just putting them in just a standard fantasy realm and not getting into a lot of that other stuff.
Yeah, I think that is a position that works. I don't think it's the only correct way to do it. I think that there are times, like in the case of, you know, American History X as a movie, where you can address these issues appropriately and carefully, and it does do something well, right? I think you can explore problems and cultural issues, but it is a tightrope walk, and it has to be done with a lot of respect.
That's a hell of a session 0 you're having. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
If you really want to go down that road, that is one hell of a session 0 you're having, and that's a lot of player buy-in.
It is. I think for things like a stream, I think there's a lot of Because it's not a just your table kind of situation, you have to really be very, very careful. We probably shouldn't do it. Now, like, there are some elements and themes I'm thinking about touching on in my game. I am thinking about how to deal with them, given the context of us being a stream. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, there are things like that, Malice. I think there's room for evil in games. Obviously, there are evil things in the world of D&D or vampire or werewolf or, Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever. There's lots of evil out there. Slavery, there's dictatorships, there's racism, there's bias and all that stuff. It's just really about how you deal with them. Whether it's just something that everyone knows is part of the game world, or if you make them central to a scene. There's a big difference in how those two things play out.
Yeah. I think it's totally all right if you want to have all your chromatic dragons be racist against each other because they're all different colors. I mean, that's just how chromatic dragons are. Red ones don't like the green ones either. It's just how chromatic dragons are. But you can't do that with people. You can't do it with humanoids, as we say. You can take something that's fictional, completely fictional, like dragons, and you can make that work. But you can't. So
long as it's completely fictional, yeah. But even then, as we described before, there's an element that kind of creeps in from reality a lot of times. Earlier, was talking about Cena Una, who we talked about a while back. They did a product. I'm just seeing if my memory is correct. Filipinos, right?
Yeah.
So it's Filipino folklore, and it helps that they are themselves Filipino. They research their own culture. They put out really interesting stuff. Some of it's pretty wacky. There's some elements of, their versions of vampirism and stuff like that isn't all good guys and bad guys and that kind of stuff. It's interesting. But yeah, they did do a really good job of presenting a lot of things, colonialism and stuff in their game in a way that's very respectful, obviously.
And that book is put out as a way to add culture to a game, not to take a culture and kind of twist it to some other means. So it works better coming from that direction. And that comes a lot to the fact that we need more, minority groups, people of color with the pens in their hands doing the writing.
Right.
What we're seeing a lot of out there in the Twitter space is a lot of calls for sensitivity readers to read a piece of work that was written for sensitivity, and that's great. You definitely want that out there, but the next step beyond that is to put the pens in the hands of the people to begin with and let them create works that you can then add, and by adding their work into it in that direction, you're going to get a more authentic use of that culture than you will by taking it and saying, well, this seems cool, I'm going to apply it to this, and kind of botch it up in the process because you don't know it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think somewhat like Mouse is saying here is right here too, is that I think you can have some things in there if you make it clear what you're saying. Like if you're saying there are bad things in the world, here's an example of a bad thing. Okay. It's different if you say, here's just a thing. And it turns out to be something horrific. It's like, you need to be pretty careful with what you're expressing, because there's enough people out there in our society now that will latch on to some pretty horrific ideas and feel like they're being championed.
Yeah, and
it's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah, it was always hard because, I know with vampire, I feel like it's the same thing with vampire. Like you get a lot of that edgy gray area stuff.
There it is. It's intentional.
It's intentional. So and some of those, if you're playing a vampire, they could be 1,000 years old. They're going to have some different mindsets. We're waking up in 2020. So I don't know. There's a lot of that stuff that, it is a is a difficult thing to traverse. And it's one thing if you're doing it at a table with 6 of your friends where you can all have a discussion about it. You can use it to explore a concept. It's another thing, you know, if you're putting it in a public work where it's going to be viewed by others outside of that, even, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I think some of where the World of Darkness kind of gets in trouble with some of their concepts is that they have turned villainous things into protagonists for people, even though they're not really protagonists. But the feeling and the expectation is that because you're the player, you're the protagonist. And so I think there's a lot of stuff that comes up, you know, like in particular, there's a lot of like Nazi and skinheadism and all that kind of stuff that comes up. And it doesn't draw a distinction of this is bad. You know, it lives in a gray area. And I think that's where they've run afoul sometimes.
Yeah, I think the problem with the World of Darkness is that people think they're a protagonist. Just in general. Yeah. There's no such thing as a protagonist. Like, everyone's a bad guy. Like, just that's what the World of Darkness is at the end of the day. Is everyone's a bad guy. Some are maybe worse than others. And you can play one of the really bad ones, but you're also supposed to be pushing your character to the point of its destruction based on those bad things. So until you can wrap your head around that concept, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch the worst of them walk away as the quote unquote victor, and that's where people have the real problem. You know, like,
let's see, Obscuria. There should be evil orcs and evil humans in game, not because they represent real races in the world, but because in the story you can make them represent the worst aspects of the real world. They should be bad guys that the players need to fight. Shouldn't they fight bad guys so that even if they can't in the real world, they can vanquish those foes in a game? Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm delving into with what I'm putting together. There's certain real world aspects that are afoot that I don't know, I feel a little powerless about, and so the inclusion of them in the game seems like a outlet for that. I think it'll be interesting. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out, but yeah.
I mean, there's a big push right now for evil to be a choice. And that works well in most systems, that evil's a choice. No race is inherently evil, right? Okay, cool.
Shouldn't be, yeah.
I think the only time where that rubs wrong is the way that D&D campaign settings and fantasy settings in general, how they do their deities. You know, we talked about this a few weeks back.
Yeah.
We approach D&D ancestry and races the way we approach the human race. With, whether for right or wrong, we typically come into it with a creationist sort of mindset. Humans were thus created by a good god who wants them to be good but gives them the free will to decide not to be. So evil's a choice. Well, based on cosmology for some D&D settings, that's not true. There are some D&Ds who have what I like to refer to as progenitor deities who created an entire race to worship them and insist that they do evil. Well, now you're in a pickle,
yeah.
Now you're in a pickle, but that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, they have.
Some of that is at the core root of where a lot of the problem is. When you think about things like the Drow were created by Lolth to worship her. That's why the females are in charge. That's why they live underground and they share her skin complexion, and all this stuff is based in this idea that they were created by this spider goddess. Well, they're naturally evil. The book still, even in 5e, says they tend towards evil for that reason. Because that's where they come from.
That's where, you run into a lot of those issues, like with the orcs being created by Grumish as a force of destruction and conquest and evil and massacres and stuff. And I mean, some things, like devils and angels, okay, sure. That should be pretty much...
Right. They're denizens of a plane of evil.
Yeah, they're a little elemental at that point, but it gets a little unfortunate when the different entities on the planet are all typecasted into, one alignment or another.
Right. So, and that's where the real problem is that if you're gonna, and this is again why we do homebrew worlds, because a lot of these worlds, the fantasy settings that are out there, as we said, they date back 50, 60, 70 years in some cases, and they have a lot of these flawed ideas that come in with it. And so unless you're going to recreate what those deities are and redefine them as misunderstood for 50 years, and now we know the truth about them. It's you're stuck in this kind of spot of, well, these, and unlike a monotheistic kind of mindset that even for those of us who maybe are not even religious at all, like myself, unless you're going to wrap your head around the idea that the evil gods have just as much ability to reward their minions as the good ones do, and that unlike your standard Christian mythos where the people who choose badly are going to burn right alongside the devil, he's not ruling down there either. Everybody burns together, right? Like that's the consequences of bad choices. But that's not true in a pantheon where there are evil gods who are like, hey, when this is all done, you get to come rule alongside me for real. That's a very different scenario about what it means to be good and evil. And that's where, our age-old arguments about things like alignment kick back in, where it's like, well, now evil makes sense. Now evil suddenly seems like a legit option, not just the lack of morals, but a completely different set of values. So that's the problem with those cosmologies that I don't like, and I don't want to deal with, and that's why I don't use those.
That's
systems.
why I'm against the alignment system.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's fine, and that makes total sense. The problem is if you're putting it back in the D&D world where those things are true, it's hard to ignore it.
Homebrew for the win.
Homebrew for the win, for sure.
I don't know, we've gone around that topic. That was our first topic, was about alignment.
That's true.
I think that, I don't know, it's just, when you make something crystal clear to the point of having the words on a sheet, and everything in the game world has that set, that just really just ends it. It's just, you can't avoid these massive problems that come up with it.
And newer systems have picked up on this.
Need nuance,
like I said,
man.
Newer systems are leaning more towards what I like to think of as the Roman and Greek pantheon style. Like, Zeus was neither good nor evil. Neither was Hera. Neither was any of those gods. They both did a lot of good and a lot of bad. They were definitely not benevolent.
Sure.
And
they're based on humans being flawed, yeah.
Right. And so because of that, they're not benevolent. Now you have a functioning pantheon that can pick at each other, do things to each other, and still mess around with the mortals. And you're not doing it from a point of this god's good or this god's evil, and more of a point of gods can just be dicks.
Right. Obscuria, I am not familiar with Palladium's alignment system, so I would not be a person who could discuss the differences between it and the D&D alignments. No, I'm tired for sure, guys. It's 3:30 in the morning for me, but I am engaged in conversation. Like, my mind is fully awake, but my body apparently looks droopy.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the types of gods and stuff that you have in different cultures, they reflect a difference in worldview. Like obviously with the Greeks, their worldview was that the gods were just as flawed as men, and so their gods reflected them. They weren't paragons. It's an entirely different thing.
They were almost universally worshipped out of fear than they were out of praise or admiration.
Mm.
You feared Zeus's lightning bolt. You didn't love Zeus because he was going to reward you for it.
Okay, so it looks like the Palladium is described as some adjectives, and then within those adjectives, you had other alignments. So, like, principled, scrupulous, unprincipled, anarchist, miscreant, aberrant, diabolic, and then coupled with good, selfish, or evil. That's interesting. I don't think that anybody really is universally one thing or another. I think,
No.
yeah, it's more about motivations, things that will like limit what your actions will be, and it's context dependent. Like, I think anyone in this chat right now, you could say killing somebody is wrong, right? But then if I gave you the right circumstance, you would flip on a dime, right? Like, it would just immediately happen,
Sure.
and that would be the ethical choice, right? So, like, I don't know that there are real easy, crystal clear ways of defining alignment in a game. It just doesn't work that way.
No, because we put everything back through the lens of human society. Like I said, we can't pull from things except what we know. So we can't grasp this idea that what we consider to be choices are non-choices. So that's where it gets rough with the way that cosmology's set up in D&D a lot. And that's why I either ignore them completely, which is what I always advise people to do. Just ignore it completely. Or I find systems that tend to let me play with alignment in ways that I find is more entertaining and more accurate than the D&D alignment system.
So, okay, there's a question in chat about how I would see if you could create, say, the perfect woman, what qualities would you attribute to her form? I don't think there is a single perfect. I think there are multiple near perfects. I don't like. I think for me personally, that's like the nature of the universe as a whole. There are many ways to do maximally right things, and they aren't necessarily internally consistent. There are many peaks in the morality mountain. Oh, you're saying like what would be your? I'm trying to understand the actual question. Sorry.
Maybe I missed it here too. Find a Palladium book and read the alignment system. It's different from D&D's planar. Yeah, that's great.
I had a Palladium book when I was a younger guy, but I never got to play it. Yeah, I do like that it's different than the planar arrangements there. I mean, that's a problem, It is a way to tell stories. It's a legitimate way to tell stories. I think it's a limiting way to tell stories. I think it makes less real characters.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we had DM Chuck on, we talked about playing evil characters. Like, I think he said it, like, you don't brush your teeth evil.
Yeah.
Like, you're not necessarily evil every minute of the day. But, that doesn't mean that you're not at some point or another going to, when put in a sticky situation, you choose evil. If that's what you're shooting for, right? Like, when push comes to shove, that's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
So, having those things defined about a character before you're put in the situation, like, it's not bad. It doesn't mean you have to brush your teeth evil.
Mm-hmm.
But as I like to quote reference a lot, the Colossus from Deadpool, 5 moments separate a hero from a villain sort of deal. Like, if you're leaning that alignment way, then in those situations, that's where you should lean. Like, in the moments where it matters, like, and that brings up that dynamic. So, like, to me, that's why those things don't ever really those things don't ever really bother me any, because I know that I don't have to like be them in the small moments. I have to make sure I'm those things in the big moments. And that's what matters.
Yeah, I think it's just, for me personally, I don't see much benefit, and we've talked about this a lot, but I don't see much benefit to codifying what your alignment is. I think there's a value in codifying how your character approaches problems. You know, like what is the mechanism of their thinking? You know, like what filters, you know, get put in place that gets you to their outcome. And if you understand that about your character, I think you understand a lot more than what alignment gives you.
Yeah, I just think that a lot of this comes as a feedback mechanism for murder hoboism.
Yeah.
Because, let's be fair, most people are not that insightful with their characters. So
well, that's certainly true. Yeah.
I think that alignment has always been the slippery slope, in the same way humanity functions in Vampire. You know, it's a trip down. It's a trip down a slippery slope. When you have people like, we literally talk about, you know, murder hobos and things of that nature. Like, well, okay, like that's all alignment really does, is it just shows that slip. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just shows that dip of, you've done this so many times as a GM, I'm taking you from lawful good to chaotic good for the moment. Like, you're doing it for the right reasons, but clearly you don't care what the laws are. Like, so, you know,
yeah.
I mean, it's been kind of a feedback system, I think, if you look at the way it's described in, like, second ed books.
It's a weird system. I think it was like partially thought out ideas that just stuck around and then attempted to be kind of rehammered into different positions. It's like originally it was a way to penalize players, you know, like for misbehaving, and I don't know. It's just kind of strange to me. Yeah, let's not get it. Let's not continue that topic there, Harmless.
Harmless, yeah. You're pushing your luck.
Yeah, let's
We've given Air Laser moderation powers for a reason. We trust her judgment.
Yep.
If she uses it, we will miss you, but we won't be sorry.
Exactly.
We welcome you to be here and be part of chat, but you're going one step too far, my friend.
Yep, that's a good point there.
There
Not
you
worth
go.
dying on a hill,
Don't
everybody.
die on that hill. That's right.
Yeah, so it's, I don't know, the alignment system is, I think, well intended, but just not very effective.
Yep, I agree.
Yep. Well, 343. Whew.
I think we have drugged this train on as long as we can.
I'm starting to lose steam of coherent thought. So
I think so too.
That's some good ones to talk about, though. That was good. It was a good conversation. I appreciate everyone in the chat hanging out with us. Lots of good questions. Lots of dynamic talk. We had that nice raid earlier.
Pass it along here too.
Is anyone still going?
Oh yes, I know people, Jeff, all around the clock.
My God, like I see one person on my followed list that is still going.
We're gonna stop in here, and we're gonna stop in on Lemon a Go-Go, who's playing music. So
that's the only person I saw still on. So we're gonna listen to music, folks. So go check it out. I think is she the one that does like live performances while she's on?
Yeah, she's
it's
a
like
delightful Kentucky gal who plays music in your request and has a very large music selection to pick from. So
hey, do we have any plugs to do before we take off?
No Bardic Knowledge tomorrow. Come back Wednesday for whatever Pathfinder is when Jeff runs game. That's all you need to know for now. And buy Jeff's dad's art. It's awesome.
That's true. It looks
You
like
can
my
find all
hands
the
aren't
links and
working.
stuff. Just get in our Discord. Just
Yeah.
get in the
Oh yeah. Let
Discord
me
already.
link that for y'all. Discord.
Yeah,
Some
pop
of
that
these are
in
starting to work.
there. We gotta go raid.
I'll read about it, Obscuria. We'll take a look. Definitely check out the Discord. Join up there. We can continue some conversations there. You can find out what we're up to. And
Good
we'll have a
work,
good time.
Hair Laser. Good work.
Bam. Nailed it.
And we're out. Bye, people.
Adios.